night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, coming to you 250 miles above your imagination in the international fake station up here with my good friend Something Wong. He's back here making sure that we fly level and straight across this plane as we talk with our good friends over here in YouTube land. And where else are we at? Oh yeah, over on Rumble as well. So there's a link pinned in the chat and in the description of the Rumble video. So if anybody wants to come up and talk about this, I have invited, I want to continue to invite this fella off of Facebook to come on and discuss it. And you can buy tickets to space. This guy thinks you can buy tickets to space. Okay, it says, no, you cannot. Yeah, no, actually you can. You can, but you will never go. Okay. Wanna come on a live show and talk about it. There we go. Man, I'm having a hell of a time here with stuff. We got Scholar Kevin backstage. I'll bring him up in just a minute here as soon as I go through this chat here. And we've got Something Wong is a legend. He's like one of the coolest dudes ever. I'm really fortunate to be able to work with him. It's amazing that China let him actually do this, because the average Chinese citizen, I mean, they're not allowed to do anything. In fact, they're all very, very frightened if they talk to anybody with any authority for any reason. It just scares the shit out of them, which is how it should be. It really should. I mean, no, I'm just kidding. Y'all know I don't think that at all. So who we got out here? We got Kevin Barber is with us here tonight. We got Valley Parks. Greg B is with us. We got JP tonight. Saddle Bum. Smoking in G sharp. Ron Holes. Cool. I'm smoking in F sharp tonight. Mostly because I'm using a capo. Just kidding. So anyways, we got Chicago Cubby Bear. Let's see who else. The True Few. Canna Dummy. Says, cheers from Winnipeg. Well, welcome. Another one of my Canadian friends. Well, Let's see. Has been messing with the cables again. Something wrong. He's always messing with the cables and stuff. He's just unreal, man. But it's hard for me to talk to him because we have to use Google Translate, and how many different ways can Bing Tong Wa Chow actually translate, especially if I say it with the wrong tone and inflection. And I don't want to accidentally ask him to on a date or something. That would suck. We got Brad and Tasha's with us here too, Mr. Super Sidewinder, Kevin Barber. Let's see, Horse Sheet. I see what you did there. That's so clever. Mike Homage. Let's see. Sleeping Warrior. Good to see you, Sleeping Warrior. Peg's Place. RPB 68. Wow, we got a whole bunch of Virus here too. Mike Finnan. A bunch of people came in early. It's hard for me to keep up with y'all. Y'all's just too much. Alan Nordstrom's here too as well. What's going on, Scholar Kevin? How are you tonight?
Hey there, I'm doing okay. I was asking in the chat before, while you were running that intro song, what is that song?
Shit, it's by Netflix. I don't recall the name of it right offhand. It's available, like if you go in under copyright free music in studio on YouTube and go in the search bar and just type in Netflix, it'll bring up their whole playlist, and they've got some really good shit. You've probably heard some of it on different YouTube channels and stuff.
How are you spelling Netflix?
And let's see, Neffix. I think it might be EX.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Did it work? Did you do it? Or you haven't tried it yet?
I have not tried it yet. I'm here on my phone.
I can't recall whether it's an EX at the end or an IX. I'm sitting there thinking Netflix, and now my brain is all fucked up and confused. So I know it's Neffix, I think. Or, yeah. I don't know. You'll find it. It's not hard to find. They've got quite a number of songs on there. Different types, too.
Sweet. Well, I'm going to head out and make room for somebody else to get them in here.
Oh, you don't got to make room. I can get 9 people up here if I wanted to. I think, let me see. I think I have, let me see if I've uploaded one that's one of their other songs. I don't know if I did or not. No, I didn't, damn it. Oh, yeah, wait, here's one. Yeah, it's Neffix. And this is another one of their songs. It goes like this. It goes.
Yeah.
That's pretty rad, isn't it?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. That one's called Bite Me.
Nice.
Good name, man. Somebody said they liked my shirt. Thank you. Up in Smoke University. Yes, indeed. I have a THC in philosophy from Up in Smoke University. I also have an LSD. I have an LSD and a THC in science. There's where we're at, man. Wow. So let me see what we got going on over here. Hey, at Scholars song. Okay, there you go. Somebody put the link. Greg put it in the chat, the song. If you want, Kevin.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's called Enough. That's right, Enough. And sometimes you have to feel like that. I mean, I've been talking to these people on the Facebook, and I'm like, come on, guys, let's talk about this shit. You think that this is the nope, he said he won't discuss it live. I'm like, I'm gonna tell him why. I just like to discuss this shit. So he won't answer why he won't come on here. He's scared, I guess. I don't know. I bet you another reason he'd go, oh, my camera's broke. So, I'm not in the position to have it deny reality. You are, just because you want something not to be true doesn't work. Okay, so let's discuss it. And I'll put the link. There we go. Come on up, bro. Let's discuss it. You should be good to go, brother. There you go. Now, so I'm gonna put a poll in the chat. And well, I'm just gonna ask the question. I want to see who comes up with it first, and how many of y'all get the same thing. Okay. So when you ask Globers what proof there is of their gas containment or their gas pressure without containment, what is the number one answer that they give you? Go ahead, type it into chat. Anybody, type it into the chat. What is it? What is their excuse? But what is their evidence of this? What is their evidence? Gradient. That's right, gradient. All the time, gradient. Okay. So what kind of a gradient is it? It's a pressure gradient, right? And how do we get pressure of a gas? It has to be contained in order to have any pressure. Now, their claim is that gravity is pulling on the gas. All right. I would like to know what experiment was ever done to verify that gravity has any effect on air or any effect on gas at all. That's what I'd like to know. That's what I'd like to see. I want to see the experiment. Okay. And I don't give a shit about your janky ass 18th century fucking crackpot hanging balls and shit to figure the mean density of the earth. That's nonsense. And besides that, solid balls are not gases, are they? Nope, they certainly are not. So what do we need to do? We need demonstrable proof that gravity has an effect on the air. So we could try and measure, is there an exclusive downward pressure of air? Or does the pressure that you feel, is it due to weight or is it due to your displacement of a contained volume? Well, of course, it's due to your displacement of a contained volume. Why do I say contained? Because if it wasn't contained, it would offer no resistance to your displacement and there wouldn't be any fucking pressure. Get it? So the pressure is exerted inward on whatever object is displacing, not pushed down. It's not a weight of air. It's like that moron McToon trying to talk about a fucking column of air. Dude, be real, for real.
I don't know, man. That's just a little too much big brain stuff.
Well, I'm serious, man. They think PSI. They think pounds per square inch is a weight. It's not. It's a rating of inward pressure due to displacement. And the only way that a displacement of a fluid can cause pressure is if it is restricted. It has to be contained. Elsewise, there is no pressure of it. It just moves away with no resistance whatsoever. Okay. It just doesn't make any sense. And so I'm looking for whatever experiment that they've got that would prove that air, even if gravity did exist, is there any proof that gas is affected by it? And I can say unequivocally, no, there isn't. And pointing at a gradient and telling me a story of why it got there. Well, how do you explain the lower pressures as you go higher? Okay, temperature, dispersal area, and what's called Dalton's law. So as we start getting lower pressures of each one of the elements within a mixture, and some of them are removed from the mixture, the sum pressure becomes less. So we know that if we cool gas, it gets colder. If it gets colder, the pressure reduces. We know this. Okay. We know that if the gas is dispersed over a wider area, a larger area, then the pressure becomes less. And what was the pressure again? The pressure was the resistance of the medium against the body, against the displacing object. I don't know where these people get the idea that it's because of the weight of gas. That's like one of the stupidest fucking things I've ever heard in my life. You know, clouds go up. Yeah, no shit. You know, what I love, columns of air. I got one still around here. I keep bumping into it because you can't see the damn thing. Always this surprise gravity pocket. Clouds go up, steam is gaseous, bit like gas. Yeah, it's water in a gaseous state. And we have this in our air all the time in the form of what's known as humidity. Okay. And this humidity percentage is usually listed in your weather app. You can have even a lot of times barometers have a humidity rating in them too. The digital kind do usually. So, you know, there's always, so when we get to higher altitudes and the temperature starts to get cooler, what happens to the moisture or the humidity that's in the air? That's right. It starts to condense and starts turning into clouds, and it's not going to go no higher. It's going to just get condensed more. And then either one of two things will happen. The cloud will either dissipate or the cloud will condense in the form of precipitation. Okay. But the main point is that we lose, there's one of the elements we lose. Okay. As well as decreasing the pressure of the air due to a bigger dispersal rate. Here at the ground, it is the most because this is where the gases are produced and exchanged. Makes sense. It's diffusing into the sky. And we're breathing it in and changing the gases. We're part of the dynamic system. Now, continuously, these gases are being heated and cooled at different rates all the time. And as we know, different gases react differently to temperature change. Some are more susceptible to molecular movement than others. These are all within the mixture and they're reacting all together. To have this idea that there's some mysterious force pulling on air, you can't make air do nothing without grabbing hold of it. And you can't grab a hold of it unless you have something solid to grab a hold of it with. Now, I don't care if you're using Bernoulli's principle in order to fly, or whether you're using an air cylinder or a Tupperware bucket or whatever the fuck, you still have to have some kind of a physical constraint in order to have that gas. That's all there is to it. They love to show you the hexafluoride and the little tinfoil thing floating in the fucking hexafluoride. And it's like, why do you have it in a fish tank? Why do you have it in a fish tank? Oh, are you telling me that if you don't have it within containment, that it will disperse and not be there? Is that what you're trying to say? I figured that out already. So that's where we're at. We have a cloud making factory around here. Now I'm wondering, is there anybody else around here that knows much about sunflowers? I mean, I saw some shit on, thank you, Daniel. I love this shirt. About the sunflowers and how they face away from the sun. So I kind of like, a lot of people say that they stage is pointed east, but I was looking at the way the sun was at a sunflower festival that my wife was at today. And it wasn't just that these sunflowers were pointed away from the sun. The sun was very high in the sky and they were like looking down. If you was to think of the front of the sun as its face, they were like this, looking down, because with the sun right behind them, like trying to keep that away from them or something like that. Now, some people say that they just point east or that they stay in a certain direction after a while. I'm not absolutely certain, but I'm not convinced. I want to show you something that I had. I switched my screen, so my looking around is different. I put my camera over here and my other screen over here. So I'm like bass backwards, and I'm just going to have to get used to it. So give me just 1 sec here. All right, here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Why won't this move? Well, why won't it show me my fucking Facebook page? It's my page, isn't it? There we go. Where did you? Damn, this thing's acting all crazy. Like it's. Facebook must be fucking spying on me. That's what's going on. Anyway, this was. Let me show you this. Damn it. Now, my wife went to a sunflower festival just about an hour south of here with my daughter today. And she got this. Oh, I'm trying to enlarge it over there. And this is what she got. And you can see the sun is like 180 from the faces of these things, like it's above and they're wanting to look down away from it. But wait, there's more. You know what? I gotta close that. I got all these fucking things open. Okay. So this was video. And this one.
Yeah, the backs. There's the sun. Yeah, the backs.
So I don't know, man. What do y'all think? What do y'all think about that? Daniel says that's odd. Yes, my neighbor's sunflowers point away from the sun, but are they looking at the morning sun? No, from what I understand, they're not. They're looking at they're looking away from the sun, that they actually do move through the day. So I don't know. I'm hearing conflicting shit, but I think somebody's covering. I think that there is also some cover because I believe that there's some kind of fuckery going on with the sun. I really do. Many of us have noted before that there was a much different sun when I was younger. Some of you younger people probably don't realize that there's been a drastic change from a warm yellow sun to this bright white thing that we have now. I mean, this is me and my friend were just talking. He came in and he's not really much of a conspiracy theorist or anything. And he's like, God damn. He says, that sun, why is it so fucking intense? And I said, I know, right? He says, I told him, I said, I can turn my back to the sun. And he finished my sentence. He says, and you can pinpoint exactly where it's at. I said, yeah. He says, I know. He says, that's just not right. And so I'm wondering what's going on. You know, there's a lot of theories that they're perhaps got a sun simulator. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe several. Maybe that's why they do all this fucking chemtrailing, so that they can increase the opacity of the atmos and keep you from seeing multiple suns. But we've seen actual what look like pretty legit video of people that have captured 2 suns, multiple people doing it in the same area at the same time. But where I think that there might be something to this is because then this New York Times picture came out showing like 5 suns. Somebody, oh, look, somebody took a picture of 5 suns and shit. And I immediately looked at it and said, well, that's fucking fake. It's got the same cloud in front of each one of the suns. It was a no-brainer, right? And so I'm like, why do they want to muddy up the water? Why would something like this actually make it to the New York Post when it's obviously so fucking fake? Because that's what they do, man. That's what they do. Make it, oh, look, there's nothing to this. There's nothing to this. Look, you can obviously see this is fake, and that's what they'll point to, see? What's going on, Matt Prince?
Hey, how you doing, brother?
I'm
Audio
doing,
coming good?
yeah, real good. Sounds real good.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, man, I noticed that about the sunflowers the other day when I started seeing a bunch of posts about that. My parents actually grow sunflowers in their front yard, and I went over there to check it out, and I think it's really weird.
Yeah, I mean, did you ask them about it either? I mean, from what I understand, they like follow the sun, and that's why they have that name.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
this is really weird, man. And it's like, hey, listen, I've heard some other stuff about people and their fruits and vegetables and shit ripening, especially fruits. Like even a tomato. Tomato is a fruit. Did you know the tomato plant and the cannabis plant are closely related? Anyway,
Yeah.
The sun-facing sides
My
of
parents
the,
used to grow their. I was gonna say my parents used to grow their weed plants underneath their tomato plants.
yeah, it's the terpenes, right? And they both benefit from the same type of soil.
Yeah.
But the people saying that the sun-facing side, it doesn't ripen correctly. You know,
Yeah,
these tomatoes.
I'm not sure. We actually yielded really good tomatoes here this year. Actually,
you?
they grew the tomatoes actually grew better than any other plant that we had this year. The corn we had a lot of problems with.
Yeah, corn around here looks freaking pitiful. I mean,
Yeah.
and it has for a long time. I mean, the saying goes knee high by 4th of July.
Yeah.
And shit, these weren't anywhere near that by 4th of July. And I don't know if it was due to late planting because of weather or, but it's been a pitiful sight. I mean, most of the corn around here, I'd say probably 70%, if not better, is grown for silage in the first place. But I don't know.
Oh,
man.
I think it's more than that, man. I actually watched a documentary on corn several years ago. It's ridiculous. It's like 90% or like maybe it's more than that goes to like feed, like dog feed, horse feed, corn, like you know, they just grind that shit up and send it out to so many places. And you know, corn's so expensive to grow that the government actually gives you like subsidies for growing it.
Right.
So if you can produce so much per acre, I think the guys that I watched, they grew like an acre of corn. They did it for a college project. They grew an acre of corn just to see how much money they would make, and they lost like a crap load of money. But then the government subsidized them, and they made like $280 a piece, and they did this shit like over a summer.
Yeah, it's yeah, and a lot of that I saw that, and they were showing, didn't they? Isn't that also the same one where they showed how they make the high fructose corn syrup and all that?
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
they took like a hair follicle tests, and they said like 98% of your diet's actually corn because they put corn in everything.
They do indeed. And you know, the thing is this too, is they started with, and they may have stopped, but they were using this biotoxin that they bred into the corn, and they called it BT corn. And what would happen is pests that tried to eat on it, it would make their stomach explode, right?
Yeah.
It would fuck up their digestive tract. And now we have this new disease that nobody's ever had before called leaky gut syndrome.
Yep.
Wonder what that could be from. Jeez.
Hmm.
Yeah. Listen, it's so hard to escape. And that's part of the pharmakeia. It is definitely part of the pharmakeia. People always want to, and rightfully so, equate it right to pharmaceuticals. But the term pharmakeia actually refers to using potions and poisons against your enemy, okay,
Yeah.
to influence or kill. And they are drugging us all over the fucking place. They got fluoride in the water. It's estimated that there's a certain amount of Prozac in the water due to the fact that the filtration system at the water plants cannot uh, process this shit out.
Well,
So
it definitely is. It definitely
same
is.
thing
And let
with
me tell
birth
you,
control. Same thing with birth control. Women on birth control pills, they piss that shit out and it goes into the water treatment plant and it's not filtered out. Those hormones are not filtered out. And men and women alike are drinking it as well as children.
well, that's the thing with even the fluoride as well, and that's something years ago, and was before I was like awake to a whole lot of stuff. But I knew a little bit about fluoride. I knew what it was for. I knew they used that shit in rat poison. Uh, I went to my doctor because I was like, I was feeling anxiety and whatnot, and he prescribed me a Prozac. Well, they don't ever give you actually what it says. It doesn't say Prozac on the bottle. That always like Lortab doesn't say Lortab. It says like hydrocodone or whatever on the bottle. Well, uh, I was taking that shit and I looked down and I realized it said fluorexidine and I was like, "What's fluorexidine?" Dude, Prozac is just a high dosage of fluoride that you take every few hours.
Yes.
It's
And
just a
check
high
this
dosage
out.
of
The
fluoride.
company, check this out. I forget who the people are, the family that owns the company that makes Prozac also owns the Mothers of Darkness Castle in the Belgian forest there in
Oh,
the
wow.
Ardennes. Yeah. Ain't that nuts? See,
That's not the
that's like,
same opioid family, is it? It's not the Sackler family, is it?
no, they're Dutch.
Ah,
I
okay.
think that they're either they're Dutch or Belgian. Um, Probably Belgian, but I'm trying to remember what the name is. It's not one you've really heard of a lot, not here in the United States anyway. Let me see. Let's just ask. Who owns Mothers of Darkness Castle? Oh, they don't even. Question mark. The Solvay Group. Solvay family.
Oh, okay.
Solvay. Yeah, the inventors of
That's weird.
Prozac and large-scale producers of the fluoride added to drinking water. That's right here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Let me bring
They're the
them up.
ones.
Oh, where am I?
Yeah.
Oops. I'll just let me present, stop screen, present, share screen. Um, there it is. So as you can see where it says right there, the Solvay group, right?
Yep.
It's the Solvay family. And Mothers of Darkness Castle was subsequently sold to the owners of the Solvay group, the inventors of Prozac, and um, let's see who owns that. Who owns the Solvay group? All right, who owns the Sol? What was it? VAY?
I'm not sure. I'll step away
AY.
for a second because I was grabbing a
AY
paper.
group. All right, let's see who owns the South. Wait a second, that ain't right. Solvac. I didn't say. I said Solvay. Okay, Solvay, a chemical company, is a majority owned by Solvac SA, which holds more than 30% of Solvay. Yeah, it's Solvay is the Solvay family descendants of the company founders. Okay, that is the family name. So it is the Solvay family, and they're the ones that brought us the mothers of dark or the Prozac and put the fluoride in our group or in our water, right? So let's see. Wait a second. Where did the one who owns the Mothers of Darkness cancel? There it is. So we find out that it is the Solvay group, um, the inventors of Prozac and large scale. And from what I understand at this place, they have a room, a ritual room that has 1,000 lights in the ceiling. You remember Bush talking about his 1,000 points of light?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a crazy rabbit hole there, that Mothers of
Wow,
Darkness
man,
channel.
this is crazy. I actually just looked at a couple of things. The Solvay family owns their own bank. Not only that, they own a aluminum processing company, which is where the fluoride comes from that they put into the water and into the
Yep.
medications.
Yep.
Wow, that's nuts, man.
So we've
So,
got some dark people with a lot of money and a lot of power.
yeah, that's for sure.
And enough influence to get their poisons and shit put out there, whether it's what they put in your food, what they put in your water, or what you willingly let them prescribe to you. You know, I believe that that it is absolutely against contract to put it in like water and sustenance, that the very sustenance that people need, but they get around that by, like at the store, if you're not paying attention to what the ingredients are, and they purposely make them complicated sounding and spelled weird so that you'll just fucking shut down and not bother to look into it to see what it actually is, and you just blindly go along with it. Meanwhile, your taste sensors are being hijacked by this chemical crap, and you will actually end up with the ability to not actually enjoy real food and crave the shit. They've done
You,
that study with rats and found out that that
you
is
know,
exactly the case.
I 100% agree. I did a fast a couple years ago, and right after I did my first fast and I started trying to eat like what I normally ate again, I
Right?
couldn't eat it. I couldn't eat it anymore. I was like, man, I can actually taste like vegetable oil,
Yeah,
and
yeah, it's
it's
amazing.
not good. Like it's like I'm like, oh man, this meat. Or like my parents order what is it, Omaha steak products.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
cannot I cannot eat Omaha steak products.
I can
I don't
imagine.
know what it is about that meat, man, but I got to looking back into that company and learned that they were actually controlled by like a small hat family that came over
Sure,
during yeah,
sure.
during
I cannot believe the amount of control such a small an over the overrepresentation of this small group is astounding, and it supersedes coincidence. I'm sorry. It
yeah,
just
I mean they're less than what, 1 or 2% of the world
yeah,
population.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. See, it's just and it's through this usury bullshit that we've gotten into this, man. It's exactly. Did you know that they tried to during the where they were going to making the Constitution? They tried to make it illegal for Jews to immigrate here. That
I
ain't
did
it.
not. I didn't know that, but I know about like a lot of stuff that Henry Ford wrote about, and I think
Yeah, I'm
Jefferson was
talking
in on
way
it
back
too.
in the
Yeah.
day. Jefferson definitely was not for it. He knew the subversive tactics that are done. Um, yeah, there was some talk about that, but of course we can't do that now. And they, of course, didn't have the Holocaust to weep about at that time.
Yeah.
So it was a little harder for them to, run their game. They just used wherever they got ran out of right before. These people ran us out merely because we want to eat their children, or whatever.
Yeah, and weren't they originally trying to like settle South America?
Well, the whole thing is it's like, okay, you don't, here we have an America, this is the United States, okay? Is the United States a Christian nation? No.
No.
Is it a Muslim nation? No, we're not theocratic at all, okay?
I mean, that's
And
what the First
England
Amendment's all
is England now, even though England has an official Church of England, right? Does that mean that they're a Christian nation? That's what I wonder. No, because
Yeah, but what is England though? England pretty much is London, and London's not even England.
right. It's you know what I'm getting at though, right?
Yeah.
You understand what I'm getting at? So that's like saying, it's like a lot of times people called all of the German soldiers, all of the Wehrmacht, all of the Navy, all of everybody that was in World War II that was German is considered to be a Nazi. Okay, even though that's an incorrect term. They didn't even call themselves Nazis. They didn't even know what that meant. Okay, they called themselves Soviets, right? Anyway, does that mean that everybody that was a Nazi? No, it doesn't. That's a political party. That's a political party that was in power. Okay, everybody was Germans. Okay, my uncle, who fought in the Wehrmacht and was captured by the Russians at Stalingrad, was not a Nazi. He was just a German. Now, our army right now is run by Joe Biden. Okay, does that mean that our entire armed forces is Democrats? So if we were to invade Iran or something, would they say it's the Americans coming, or would they say it's the Democrats are attacking? You see what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
So this whole thing about, why do you have to have a homeland? Your homeland is wherever you live, right? My ancestors were kicked out of every decent country in the world, okay? And ended up here. And here I am, a mutt. Now, do I have a homeland? Yes. This is the land where I was born. This is my home. This is where I've lived my whole life, okay? So that whole idea of having a Jewish homeland, that's fucking stupid. That's just stupid. And anytime you start using a theocratic system, you're really looking for trouble. You're really looking for trouble. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how people can be so brainwashed into the ideas that they accept and then turn around and not accept, right? I just recently got muted on my own fucking post in a group on Facebook, right? So I says, how come no one is questioning Donald Trump's miraculous healing ear and faking getting shot? Oh my God, these fucking Republican people, these Trump tards come at me hard, boy. You're just an idiot. And I'm like, I'm the idiot? You're the one that thinks the dude got shot in the fucking ear and healed up without a trace of a scar or anything else there. What in the fuck are you talking about?
You know, and that's one of the things that I think is so crazy when that shit first happened. You remember the 2 streaks of blood down his face? One of the first articles I read was that's where 2 of the bullets traced his face.
Oh my God.
And and you see him the next day, I'm like, and then they changed the story around. But then his doctor said his ear was cupped out like a fucking bullet had pierced it.
Yep.
But then all of a sudden it grew back.
He said scooped out,
Yeah.
consistent with a bullet. And then it's like he shows up like 12 days later with no bandage or nothing, just standing there talking.
It's just a normal fucking ear.
Yep. regenerated cartilage somehow, and the excuses these idiots will come up with, right? They come up with every excuse in the book. They're like, oh, plastic surgery, makeup. Come on. You would think
Even
that you would be
plastic surgery,
proud.
would you not be still bandaged up from plastic surgery?
I know. And wouldn't you, if you had a bullet wound like that and it was helping because you almost died for everybody's sins, and you have the scars to show, and you want people to look at that. You want people to see that. Look how close that was, right? Ain't nobody saying fucking shit about it. Meanwhile, they're tossing little rabbit holes out there for all these people to jump down, right? Ooh, recently revealed body camera footage and shit. And it's like, really?
Yeah. The one with the little.
Just now?
I saw the one you shared the other night with the fucking guy that ran back and forth across the field and then back up, and then he got lifted up to the thing and then could drop back down, and then the guy lifted him back up, and
Yeah.
I
know.
Yeah, man.
The whole thing was just fucking not just, it was, the whole thing is a big show. They're giving the idiots shit to talk about, though. You know, oh, there might have been a second shooter. Look, BlackRock was in on it. Look, you know, and I've had these people say there was someone killed there. I said, nobody got fucking killed. Did you see the way they manhandled that guy's body like it was yard waste?
Yeah, I saw all that. Yeah.
You know, I mean, you don't move a wounded person or a body in the manner that those people were carrying it. Secondly, you clear the area. Those people would have, if that was real, those people would have not been have to told to clear the area. It would have been fucking clearing the area right then.
I will tell you what it reminded me of was the Boston event where they threw the fella up in the wheelchair with his legs falling off and just started wheeling him back and forth across the street.
Yeah.
Like,
and then if you look, it's like this guy had, they tried to make it look like he was cut off at the calf and shit, right? And it would be like this guy's knee would have to be like really, really far down. He had like one really long thigh. How does that happen? I mean, it was just like, come on, this shit is so fake. Not even funny. And the people will eat it up. And it's like they'll accuse you and you say, hey, man, that shit was fake. Nobody really got killed, right? They go, you're a horrible person because you said that. And I'm like, you should be glad nobody was killed. Are you telling me that you want people to have been killed? Even though I can show you how it was fake, you actually want people to have been killed. That makes you the bad guy, not me.
The thing is, they're more offended that they've bought into it.
Exactly.
I'm going to step away for just 1 second, but I'll be right back.
Right on, brother. Yeah, so that's and so that's what I'm saying, right back to these guys, you know, I'm like, hey, look, man, gases don't fall, all right? Gravity doesn't affect gases. Nobody's ever proven that. You keep screaming about a fucking gradient. You never want to take into account factors such as, I don't know, temperature, dispersal area, you know, Dalton's law is another good one. You don't want to take those into consideration whatsoever. You think that gravity's pulling on air for some fucking reason. You can't show a downward force of air anywhere. I actually had this idiot claiming that the air pressure, 14.7 psi, is the weight of the air. And I'm like, what? Why can't I feel it? That's not. It's a displacement. That pounds per square inch is a representation of the amount of force that's being exerted on my body due to displacement of a contained fluid. Okay? It's because I'm displacing the medium. And the medium is restricted and wants to be where I'm at. If there was no containment, there would be no restriction. There would be no pressure. It would just simply displace and be done with it. It wouldn't resist. There would be no resistance whatsoever. People don't understand the force of resistance. Resistance to the medium. It all has to do with the displacement, man. You have a pressure gradient, you have to have containment. That's right. You have to have pressure in order to have a pressure gradient. And in order to have pressure, you must have containment, right? Magnetism can explain all these things. Sure, it can. Sure, because I'm all the time grabbing a hold of gases with a magnet, placing them somewhere else.
Yep.
That's exactly what happens, man.
I tried to explain that to my dad one time when I was talking about gas pressure with no containment. My dad was like, because he used to work in the oil field in Louisiana, and
Uh-huh.
he was like, we would find gas pockets everywhere. Where was the container? And I was like, where did you find it? And he was like, in the ground. I was like, that was the fucking container.
Right. It was in a pocket. Why do you
It
think
was in a pocket in the ground. Yeah.
Right? Holy shit. Yeah, gas magnets, Jeff. That's what we need. Hey, there's Mojo. Mojo's up in the house. What's happening? Rumham Solo. What's he saying? Wait, have we only see red tie Trump? Where's blue tie Trump? Yeah, I know. There's I think multiple actors involved going on the stage. But there again, it's all right. The kiddies are all placated by the big fucking clown show that's going on, you know? And they all really think it's cute. It really is cute because they're serious. They're dead fucking serious, man. They're ready to whump on each other, man. They're dead serious about this shit because they really think they have an active participating part in it. And at the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter what you write down on that fucking piece of paper. It's not your decision to begin with, and ain't got fucking dick to do with you anyway, right? President ain't got fucking shit to do with you. He doesn't set monetary policy. Just ask Alan Greenspan of the Federal Reserve Bank what the relationship between the president and the Federal Reserve Bank is. He said there isn't one. How about that shit?
Yep.
That's where you get people don't realize that's where their problem is at. It's not with who the fuck is sitting on whatever chair in Air Force One and on the and also, yeah, did you guys know Air Force One is only called Air Force One if the president is on it?
Yeah,
It's
if
a
the
call
president's
sign
on it. It could be
designation.
any plane. Any plane
Yep,
could be Air Force One. Yeah.
that's absolutely right. That's right. So
That's
Haley,
how Trump had his own plane. Like he was like, no, my plane is gonna be Air Force One.
right? What happened? Helium is a lighter gas. What did Victoria say? I don't see Victoria anywhere. Where's Victoria? Where are you at, girl? I don't see you. Yes, helium is a lighter gas. Absolutely. Look, it's real simple. It's displacement and buoyancy. Okay. If the medium displaces the object, you get buoyancy. Okay. Resistance. The object is being resisted by the medium, and therefore it is being displaced. Therefore, it achieves buoyancy within the medium. If it's the other way around, the object displaces the medium, and the medium moves the fuck out of the way, and it drops. There it is. You know, wow, genetically modified everything is kind of a problem. Yes, man. And then now they're wanting to put genetically modified intelligence out there running shit, right? That's what's scary right there, right?
I hate the AI, man. I hate the AI stuff because now you can just make a video of anything, anyone saying
Yeah,
anything. It was funny. Me and my brother were actually, I paid like $7 the other night just so my brother could like have this fake AI conversation with Ryan Reynolds because I thought it would be funny. And he just started talking to him. Dude, it sounded just like him. It was coming back like little quips and it was like what you would see is like the TV persona of Ryan Reynolds, the thing responded exactly how you thought he would respond.
Wow, that's
And
fucking.
and dude, it was crazy as hell. And I was like, do you see now? Like they can make anybody on TV say anything, and it doesn't even have to be them there. Like
When does Skynet
it
go online? When does Skynet go
eh,
online?
I thought it was supposed to be back in what 1997, but
Yeah, but wasn't that set in the future of when Skynet went online? If I'm not mistaken, I think it's close to around now. What is that one movie that the one Terminator movie they
yeah,
made?
the one, yeah, I know which one you're talking about. The one
You know
that
what
had
I'm
the
saying?
guy
Where
with
he
the
went
scar
back
face.
and
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
It brought like Sarah Connor from the past and what's his name?
yeah,
To the
John Connor,
future. And but well, they met John Connor as an adult, like
yeah,
he was actually older than them. Yeah, Kyle. Yeah, Kyle Reese.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. See,
yeah.
man, I love fucking movies. I love time travel movies,
Oh man, I do
especially
too.
with the paradoxes involved, man.
Yeah.
Have I heard of the radiation in Tesla cars turning men infertile over time? No, but I wouldn't be surprised. I've seen a number of videos of these fucking things bursting into flames. I don't know if that's good.
If you're dead, you are infertile.
I think only a couple of Ford's Pintos actually caught fire, and they had a whole big fucking problem with that. So I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised though. I would not be in the least bit surprised that um, radiation in Tesla cars turning men's infertile over time. Is that a result, LJ, of the battery, or what are they attributing it to? It's like being in a microwave. Oh wow, yeah. Read what Lucky Haskins posted. Where in here? Where's Lucky? Lucky's in here. Where is Lucky Haskins, motherfucker? At? There he is. Elon Musk and SpaceX now part of the final experiment PSYOP. Oh, is he going down? Is he going into this whole thing too? Son of a bitch. See, this is what I find
What's
really
that?
stuck. This is what I find so fucking suspect about this shit, right? Why all of a sudden we've had bases in Antarctica since 1909. That was 125 years ago. In all the time of 125 years of people being in Antarctica, no documentation or actual unfalsified time-lapse video of a 24-hour sun, all of a sudden, this year is the year that everybody has to go. What kind of fuckery do they have planned? That's what I want to know. What kind of fuckery? Why all of a sudden is this the year? Gonna orbit the southern pole. Oh my God.
I find it suspect that resurgence and the resurgence of this floating up Earth happened at the same time.
The resurgence,
This
what was
this
the second thing?
the rising Earth, like the
Oh
resurgence
God,
of
yes,
24-hour
I
sun
know.
and the rising Earth people. Like where the fuck does that even come from? Because I've been going back to the Flat Earth Society page. They don't even believe that shit anymore. Like they even say, no, the Earth is not moving. It is not rising up. Now they actually do claim like it could be electromagnetism, it could be something
Right.
else, but we
Well,
don't know what it is.
interferometry shows no
Yeah,
no
no vector, no
linear
vector. Yeah.
motion upwards. No. I think actually they're in worse of a boat than the rotating Earth people, because they actually, I think the rotating Earth people actually have a better leg to stand on than the upward rising Earth people, in my opinion. I think they're
I
both.
I don't think neither of them have a leg to stand
That's
on.
what I'm saying. But of the two, I gotta say, they've actually got more points.
Rotating. You know what? You know what? If the sky's stationary and we're rotating underneath it,
Mhm.
and the land is rotating, yes, maybe there is an argument there. I don't believe that.
No, I don't either. I don't either.
At all. I think it's that. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm with the electromagnetic like sky clock
Right.
in this perfect
Well,
form.
I know a friend that his wife will get motion sickness if she's reading in
Oh, my
anything.
dad. My dad's the same way. If my dad
Hmm.
is in a car and he tries to like read something in a
Hmm.
car, it
Hmm.
gives him motion sickness.
Yep. So I mean, I'm just saying, you would. I think there's tells that
Yeah.
you would definitely feel. They want you to think your vestibular system. Um, yes, Lucky, you're absolutely right. There you go. I mean, I was suspect right off the bat, and then as we've looked at Duffy, as I've stated several times, I wouldn't trust that motherfucker if he told me it was raining outside. I'd have to go to the window and look, just based on the reputation that I found on this guy and the number of lies that I've seen him commit just over this period of time with the final experiment, from its inception, his claims of it, to where we're at with it now. He can't keep his fucking story can't straight. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that Flat Earth reality show coming to television too. Um, yeah. This is see, I'm thinking the possibility that there is some type of fuckery going on, or at least planned. I'll tell you what. I've told you what my two opinions would be, and in the order of those opinions. Okay. If this thing actually goes down, and if they go there and they reportedly see a 24-hour sun, this is going to mean one of two things. This is going to mean that there was some kind of fuckery involved, or there's some kind of an anomaly with the sun that we don't quite understand. Because I'm sorry, babe, it's not going to suddenly make a convex Earth. It is certainly not going to make bendy water. It is certainly not going to make an atmos with pressure possible without containment. Okay. It is not going to change what level is. It is not going to suddenly make the mysterious fucking unknown force called gravity real. So I'm sorry. I can't throw out the preponderance of evidence like Lucky, my good friend, says. Keep your fucking boots on the ground all the time with these people. Now, how do you know the Earth is a globe? Look at the sky. Okay, you were talking about the Earth, and right off the bat, you start talking about the fucking sky. What makes you think you live on a fucking globe? Where did that come from?
My light bulbs are outside.
I mean, for real. Anybody who honestly asks themselves that question, why do I think the Earth is a globe? Where did I get the idea that the Earth was a globe? They have to say they were told. This isn't an observation that anyone has gone and made and said, hey, I saw the sun set today, and I got to thinking I must be on a ball. Nobody thinks that. This had to be told, and then use these other flim-flam excuses as for a reason why your senses are not sensible. That's all it's about. Just like we all believed in Santa Claus, we also believed in the spinning ball. It's absolutely true. And when you go right to the basics, like what I was trying to argue with this numbnuts on the Facebook about, I'm like, look, dude, what you're telling me is a belief. You believe that a gas pressure gradient is caused by gravity because you believe that mass attracts mass. There's no demonstrable experiment that has ever shown air to be affected by gravity, even if it existed, in any way. None. So the idea of a pressure gradient being due to gravity is an assumption without any testable or repeatable evidence. Again, another unproven silly claim that goes against demonstrable reality. So no, gas does not fall and go boom. And besides that, I thought gravity was 9.8 meters per second squared. Well, I sure don't feel a rush of air pushing down on me. I don't know about you. Of course, I'm up here in the space station, which is another good point because they have air pressure.
That's a great point. That is a great point. Yeah.
Right, they have air
But I-
pressure up here on the space station, right? Where's the fucking gravity that's causing that? How can I have air pressure up here on the space station if you said it was caused by gravity? Oh, you can't have a gradient inside of a closed container. Yes, you can. All you have to do is make it warmer at one end and colder at the other end. That's all
Well,
you
and
have to do.
I've heard you say this before, a propane tank. You could pick up a propane tank.
Yeah.
You know, a propane tank, when it comes out as basically a vapor of gas.
Yep.
It's ignited in the engine and whatnot. But if you pick up the container itself,
Mhm.
you can feel it slosh back and forth, especially if it's
Well,
half
even
full.
think about this. If you've got
That
an
is a
area
gradient.
that's
But guess
warmer,
what? It's inside of a pressurized container.
right, inside, well, your gauge on the container is telling you the
It tells you the
overall
PS. Yeah.
overall, right? But on the inside, if I were to heat the bottom, let's say I just got an oxygen tank, that's got just compressed air. There's just compressed air, like we have here.
Yep.
And
You
in this
feel
tank,
liquid.
I can
Yep.
create that gradient by heating the bottom portion of it and putting like dry ice up on the top portion of it.
Yep.
I just created a gradient. You want to see it go the other fucking way? I can just revert it.
Honestly, welders, any welders like listening to this, anybody who knows anything about welding, if you're using argon gas and you have like a large tank and multiple people are working off of that tank, the top of the outside of the tank will freeze when the
Yep.
bottom of it gets heated because so many people are, using that
Yep.
gas and that gas is being released rapidly. So it
Yep.
creates that fucking temperature gradient and pressure gradient on the inside of the container, and that's what causes that.
Yeah, because we know that when a gas is heated, it expands, and when it's cooled, it contracts.
Yep.
Or they move slower, right? So what ends up? There's less pressure when it's cold, and more pressure when it's warm. And that cold is a result of it trying to equalize, and so there is a gradient inside of that cylinder, right?
And it's trying to rapidly. I mean, that's why you get that freezing on the outside of the tank because it's trying to rapidly, equalize with the,
Mm-hmm.
counterpart temperature.
Mm-hmm. So there's and not to mention that we now have to look at what goes up higher. We've got certain elements that are dispersed over a greater distance, as well as at a different temperature, and some missing because of the fact that we lose them at certain altitudes because they condense back and cycle back onto the earth. So this whole fucking idea of gravity pulling on air is like one of the most ridiculous things. Well, besides the upward rising earth thing, I'm sorry. And if that offends people that believe in that shit, I'm sorry. But no. That's why I was like, I don't even want to even fucking entertain it. And they're all the time sending me, go over and listen to Dell talk about this shit. And I'm like, oh my God, dude, listen, I can't even fucking halfway understand that guy, much less do I want to try to even talk to the guy because he can't fucking shut up. He can't stop being angry long enough to even talk to.
Not to mention that back in 2015, 2016, when I first started really getting into this, when I went to Flat Earth Society and saw that on their webpage, I said, this can't be what flat earthers believe. Let me go find some real flat earthers and find out what they actually, what actually led them to be here. And when I started hearing that, I was like, okay.
I was in the same boat, Matt. I was in the same fucking boat. And you know what? They've removed that now.
Yeah, I was saying that. Yeah, they removed it, man. It's so crazy because I went back the other day. I was actually in Angela Carson's chat the other night, and saw where that guy was arguing with you, and I ended up actually messaging with that guy back and forth a couple of times, and I was like, dude, Flat Earth Society doesn't even say this anymore. And I started sharing like the links to where they talk about, is the Earth rising up? No, it is not. It has to either do with, and it's basically said an electromagnetic field within a pressure gradient, or it could be something else we don't know.
Hold on a second here. Doc C. Okay. Listen, click the link and come up, because I'm curious to know how you measured distances across ocean. I would like to know, how did you measure distances across the ocean? It should be real easy. And then I want you to tell me how you measured distances south of the equator in the ocean. Just go ahead and just come on up, Doc. I'm not going to be mean to you. I just want to hear how you did that. Did you have a great big fucking tape measure? Did your boat have an odometer on it? Just curious, man. Just curious if you had like an odometer, or if you tied a big fucking string to the back of your boat and, then measured the string after you got to your destination, or how did you actually measure anything in the ocean? I don't think you'd be able to answer.
Isn't
But
that
go
the
ahead.
thing? You're supposed to tie a knot every hour or something that you travel or something
Yeah.
with a rope.
Yeah.
You drop a knot, and that's how we figured out what knots were, is how far you
Mm.
traveled every hour.
Doesn't have anything to do with time and movement of stars from a fixed location. Nothing to do with that. Charting
No,
it out
no.
on a fucking map. No.
That's the funniest story I've ever heard, when I heard someone saying that shit about tying the knots.
Yeah, that was Brenda. I think
Was
Brenda
that
did.
Brenda? Was that
Yeah.
Brenda that said that? Oh shit, man. Wow.
Brenda can't come here anymore because Brenda has
Good.
openly attacked, said, threatened my channel. So I decided that it's just the best to not let him participate.
I'm glad you got rid of him, and I'm glad you got rid of Luca, even though I still I kind of feel sorry for Luca.
You're supposed to. That's his act.
But yeah, that is his act, and yeah, I do feel bad for the guy.
Welcome, Doc C.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
How you doing, Doc?
How are you?
Good.
So you had a question about sailing and how we measure distances? Is that?
Yeah. How did you measure any distance across the ocean?
Distance can be measured in a number of different ways. And the accuracy of the rating is when those multiple of different ways actually coincide.
Well, wait a second. If it's measured, it should be the same in each instance, right? They do coincide. So that didn't answer my question at all. How did you measure the distances across the ocean?
One of the ways you do it is with a through-hole tachometer, which is a hole that's actually in the hull of your ship that allows the water to pass through. And as your ship moves through the water, it turns an impeller that spins, very similar to the way that the wheel on your car, as it spins around.
Aquatic odometer, right?
Yeah, except it's more accurate than what's on your car.
What if you're in a current?
Well, that's definitely a thing. There's not a whole lot of those in blue water.
In the ocean? There's currents all over the place.
Yeah, shitload everywhere.
There's currents everywhere in the water, so you wouldn't know actually how fast you're going. And what I'm trying to get at is, how would you even know these distances? They're not measured. They're calculated.
I apologize. I used a terminology that I don't think non-sailors know, and that was my fault. I said blue water. Do you know what that means?
No, go ahead and enlighten us. I'm sure that there's plenty of people that don't know what that means.
Blue water is deep water off the continental shelves. It is more or less unobstructed, but the surface is more or less unobstructed by currents.
Is there currents?
Deep down, yes, but
No,
where the
there's no
boats are on the top of the water,
The
no.
water just sits there. Doesn't go anywhere. It just sits up on top.
For the most part, yeah.
It doesn't travel in any direction. It just stays there. The same water. I can come back next week, and the same water in the same spot is the same water. I can put
How
dye
do
in
you
the water.
explain
and it can just
swells?
stay there.
And
This is where you get something that you get things like the Great Garbage Ocean Patch and things like that because the water doesn't cycle.
Where are they going? What? Then it's always in the same spot.
Have you ever heard of the Great Garbage Ocean Patch?
Yes, I have. And it's not in.
So
the
you
same spot.
so you know that is a floating mass of
Yeah.
garbage that is
Yes.
always roughly in the same spot, give or take a few miles, right?
It stays within the same current. Yeah.
Right, and it has been out at sea for over a decade now, and it probably will be for the rest of my life. So the question you asked, you already knew the answer to. Is that right?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
No,
you didn't understand that the surface currents.
I knew the answer. The answer is you didn't. You calculated them based on
You use multiple different methods, and you calculate your position. Correct.
This is why the speed record for sailing in the south is much slower.
lie.
Than in the north. No, it's
That's
not.
a lie. Yeah,
No, it's not.
the speed record for sailing is set by Sailjet 3 at 115 miles an hour. It was set off the coast of Florida. Why do you lie?
That's not in the south, dumbass. Why
Right.
do you not know what I'm talking about? I said in the south, meaning the southern regions of the earth.
Because Sailjet 3 was an American project.
I don't care what it was. Why is
Oh,
the
okay.
record in the south?
Because America's the best at sailing. We build the fastest boat.
It didn't
The
go
boat is
that-
called Sailjet 3.
I
That's
know what
why.
it's called. When did it
No, you
sail-
don't. You're too dumb.
When did it sail in the South Pacific?
It didn't. Sailjet 3
That's
is
what I'm
the
talking
current.
about, Doc. I'm talking about the sailing records in the south of
For
the-
what
of
class?
the equator. South
For
of
what
the
class?
Hemisphere, the Southern Hemisphere, brother. He's trying
For
to say
what
the Southern
class of
Hemisphere.
boat? If we're
Sailboat.
not actually talking the record, which is done by
Sailboat.
Sailjet 3.
Sailboats, wind power.
Okay, are we talking like an Amoca 60? Are we talking like an open trifoil? What are we talking?
The record.
Oh yeah,
talking about
it definitely
speed.
matters.
the
We're
record-
talking about
It definitely
speed.
matters.
the
Yeah,
record is
my
much
monohull
slower.
will not keep up with a foiling catamaran in the South Pacific, not even close. It really depends on what kind of boat you're talking about. So what kind of boat are you talking about? Do you even know the different types of boats, Dan?
All right, listen to me.
No, you don't, do you?
The same boat will show a slower speed in the south. Do you know why?
Oh, I would be very interested to hear that.
Mhm. Because it's made off of observation. The speed is calculated by observation and time and movement of stellar objects. That's why.
Have
And
you
by
ever
the
heard of
time-
Hugo?
Listen to
Hey,
me.
wait, have you ever heard of Hugo? Hold on. Have you ever heard of the boat Hugo Boss?
If you don't listen. The meridians.
Have you ever heard of the boat Hugo Boss?
The meridians are further apart in the south, and that is why
Okay.
when they position themselves that they've only gone a short distance because they're trying to put global coordinates onto a flat plane, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, okay.
That's
And
why.
the distances just magically work, and all of our speeds are so much different.
they don't.
None of us
No,
know
they
it because we're
No,
dumb.
they don't. No, they don't. Because
Huh?
prior to GPS, when sailors were using stellar navigation to sail these waters, they were often thrown off course.
Celestial navigation. We don't use simply stellar navigation. We're
You
not
know
in the
what? Are
1500s.
you able to keep your pie hole shut until I get done with what I say?
That depends.
Or
Are you going to say more wrong things?
Are you so weak in your belief system that you let your emotions
Go ahead,
overtake.
go ahead and mute me and ban me. It's what you're going to do because you have to protect
No,
your
that's
little
not
safe
what I'm
space
going
here.
to do.
Go ahead.
That's not what I'm going to
Because
do.
you know that you actually have a sailor here who can talk to you, and
what I
you
would
can't
like-
actually hold a candle because you don't know shit. The Hugo
What I
Boss
like-
actually is the Imoca 60. I'm going to finish my sentence if it's all right with you now.
No, you're
The
not.
Imoca 60 world record is held by the.
I'm taking you off stage. You're still here. I'm going to bring you back up. Okay. All I want you to do is observe simple conversational decorum. Can you do that?
Yeah, the Hugo Boss holds that speed record off the South African coast. You're wrong.
What is it?
The Hugo Boss holds the speed record.
What about it? Is it a sailboat?
No, I've just been talking about sailboats exclusively,
Okay,
but suddenly I started talking about rocket ships. How about you fucking, do you know what the Hugo Boss is?
Why are you so emotionally triggered, Doc?
Because you're dumb.
That's not a reason for you to be emotionally triggered because of your misunderstanding of how things actually work.
Have you ever heard of the sailboat? Have you ever heard of the sailboat?
Hold on a second, Doc. Did anybody call you a name or call you dumb or anything like that on here? Why did you
have
get
you ever
emotionally triggered? Why
have
are
you ever
emotionally-
heard of the have you ever heard of the sailboat, the Hugo Boss?
No, I have not. I've heard of a fucking store called that. Okay.
Right. So that store sponsored the Hugo.
What is your point to any of this?
If you shut up, you'll actually learn something.
Don't tell me to shut up. It's my show, and no one has been rude to you until you started acting like a dick. Now you need
Except
to
you won't let me finish a single sentence because you know what I have to say destroys your fantasy world.
You don't destroy anything. You're really quite an emotional retard, is what you are.
Oh yeah.
Now, do you think?
Yeah, I'm the one crying to my little echo chamber. When a real sailor debunked me by actual facts. Yeah, the Hugo Boss is an Imoca 60. No, fuck you.
No, you're not a real
Doc,
sailor.
if you think we're retarded and you came on here to try to help us out, why don't you explain it to us? If you think you can explain it to us so good, and you
Here
think
it
we're
is.
fucking
Ready?
retarded, explain it, man. Just explain
Okay,
it.
then shut up and I'll figure this out. The Hugo Boss.
You say
Dude, you're being a
Yeah,
fucking dick.
I'm gonna cry because I can't handle the truth. I'm just gonna lie to my audience. Go ahead and lie to your audience some more. Go on.
We're gonna do this differently. You're just backstage. We're gonna do this differently. You're going to fucking slam on your brakes and you're gonna check yourself before you wreck yourself, right? Now try to put your emotions aside. Stop being a triggered, angry little troll. Okay? Present your point without anger and insults. No one insulted you. No one gave you cause to become an emotional fucking asswipe. Now, do you think that you can have normal and unantagonistic, non-aggressive civil dialogue? This is what we're trying to do.
Yeah, probably not. You're probably just going to keep muting me because you know that I actually have facts.
No, if you can actually explain something, we would love to hear it. If you
Okay.
can actually explain
Okay, here it
something,
is. Ready?
Love to hear it.
Here it is. Ready, children? Ready for this? There is a class of boats called the Imoca 60. They're called that because they are 60 foot long. Have you ever heard of the Imoca 60 foiling catamarans?
No, I have not. What the fuck?
So these are really cool.
Do with anything? Would you?
These are really cool, really high speed.
Awesome.
These are really cool.
That's cool. What's your point?
I can't get the sentence out. Are you ready for it now?
Nobody cares. You just keep asking us if we've heard of these fucking boats. No, we have not.
Right.
Make your fucking
Okay.
point, please.
Okay, when you're done, you ready? Let me know.
I'm done. I'm waiting for you to make a goddamn point.
So the Imoca 60 are blue water offshore sailboats designed for use and sail by one person. They are extremely popular, especially in around the world races such as the Vendée Globe. one of those that currently holds the world speed record is the Hugo Boss, sailed at the time by Alex Thompson. He later crashed out that boat and was unable to finish the race. The speed record for that was set in the Southern Hemisphere.
Okay. What was
Go
that
figure.
speed?
But he
He had a VM of greater than 6.5 knots.
6.5 knots is all.
Wow.
And that was the speed record?
Oh, really? 6.5.
Do you know what a VMG is?
Hold on, wait a second. Wait, hold on. Are you telling me that 6
Do
knots
you know what
is the speed record?
for a VMG? Yes.
In the
Well-
Southern Hemisphere?
Do you know what a VMG is? Or am I again using terms that non-sailors don't know?
No, what is a VMG?
VMG stands for velocity made good. Sailboats have to tack and turn based on where the wind is. You cannot point directly at your destination. That's
I
not the
know
way
that.
sailboats
I know it's called tacking. I know.
Uh-huh. Oh, good job. You do know tacking. Okay. So when
What's
you
the record
when you
in the
add
Northern
a
Hemisphere?
nope, you still can't let me finish. Go ahead.
Well, just
I would
wondering
just
how does that relate to the record in the Northern Hemisphere? What's the record in
Uh,
the
it
sailboat
is-
in the Northern Hemisphere?
It is 5.8 knots.
It's 5.8 knots. That's
No,
all?
it's like 26 something, I think.
Dude,
No,
fucking
you're looking
Or
at boats.
28.
Stop. Hold on. You're looking at boat speed, not VMG. This is why I asked if you know what VMG is.
Oh, so you're basing it
VMG.
off- so you're taking a calculation based off what you
No.
think is going on and making a measurement from that?
No.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to try to explain VMG one more time.
Right.
VMG is if you were to draw a straight line, which would be a great circle route.
Well, yeah. That's what
You want to talk or you want me to?
I'm listening. Go. Make your point.
Okay, you every time I talk, you just want to keep interjecting, so I'm not sure here.
So you're is
Okay.
it basically this? I could
Nope,
probably
you don't want to know what a VMG is? Okay,
Well,
cool.
you can take for fucking ever to say a goddamn thing at all. Okay.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
sorry I'm having
wow.
to teach you things that are normally taught to middle
So you're
schoolers.
saying not counting
Mhm.
the zigzag line, you're talking about the straight line, right?
Ah,
Because
there you go. You almost figured out what a VMG
that's,
is.
that's not what it's even talking about, even. You know.
Yeah, it
I'm
is.
talking about.
That's literally what the record is.
All right. Okay.
That's
And Doc, to be fair, you do actually start to say something and then you have these little pauses. And I don't know if it's because of some kind of delay and whatever, but you do like pause a lot and then
Maybe.
and as soon as Saab starts talking, it's like you start talking at the same time.
yeah, it's because Sav's doing exactly what he was just doing
Well,
to
no,
you, where
no,
he's
no, I'm-
interjecting. He's
No, I'm just
interjecting
telling-
with
I'm
that
just
little
telling you, like-
every time you start
Stop.
talking. It's really hard to talk. It's exactly why you're unable to get a sentence out right now, because I was just mirroring
it's
the
because
exact.
you're-
I was
what you're
mirroring
doing-
exactly what I'm going to
well,
do, and I'm just going to keep talking. I don't actually have to listen to what I'm saying, so I'll just finish my sentence if that's all right with you.
Well, we were trying to hear what you had to say. We were trying to hear what you
Then
had
why
to
were you
say,
talking at the
and-
same time as me?
Nobody interrupted you, asshole.
Oh, okay. It must have been the other person who was talking on here. Fuck.
Everybody.
I mean,
can
you already
hear
believe in imaginary flat Earth that you have zero evidence for. So why don't you just go ahead and just go ahead and talk right over me? Wait, not to interrupt. Good job.
Why do you come on so fucking antagonistic? And
Oh,
act
because I'm
like-
here to poke the internet's pet rock.
What are you talking about? You're here to poke the internet's pet rock. What is that?
Flat Earthers are the internet's pet rock.
Oh, is it? Is it? Do we have a scientist on our hands here now? Someone that would like
Yeah,
to.
I mean, I do have a published paper, but that's neither here nor there.
Can you tell me how you had that wind in the sailboat, right? So
I didn't win.
You didn't.
I just did it for fun.
There's no wind. No, I said wind. Stupid.
Wind. Oh,
Mhm.
yes. There's wind. That's how sailboats move.
Tell
Good
me how
job.
you have wind and air pressure without a contained volume.
So storms don't exist on your world, I see.
Of course they do. It's when
Oh,
I
you mean
yeah,
you mean a area of higher pressure next to an area of lower pressure without physical containment? So you
yes.
already say that. Oh, you're just going to talk right through me. Go ahead.
No, I'm not. I'm going to explain
No,
to you
you
what
literally were. You were just talking right through me because you knew that the effect that a storm exists destroys your little fantasy.
I interrupted your interruption. Go ahead.
Yeah, so a storm is an area of high pressure next to an area of low pressure with no physical containment.
Mhm. Why does there a storm happen?
Because there's an area of low pressure next to an area of high pressure.
They equalize. They try to equalize, right?
No,
No? Then why does
No.
it occur?
storm bands persist
Not
for
due to
for days and weeks.
It's not due to one pressure system and another pressure system reacting to one another and trying to equalize. You're full of
What's-
shit, bro.
What speed does that happen at?
What do you mean? What speed does it happen at? It depends.
What speed does air pressure equalize at?
What do you mean? What speed?
That's a very simple question. I
in a
don't know how to
dynamic-
make that any simpler.
And what's the environment?
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does matter.
No,
Because if it's
it
already
really
in a-
doesn't.
if it's already in a medium of itself and one portion is hot and one portion is cold and they meet each other, are you telling me that entropy is not going to try to take place on both of those
That's not
systems?
pressure. That's temperature. Do you know the
Temperature
difference
and
between
pressure
temperature and
are
pressure?
synonymous. They're
Pressure,
synonymous.
stupid.
Pressure
That's
and
what
temperature are
causes
synonymous?
No,
Oh,
no.
wow.
Just-
Well, way to debunk irons. Good job.
Does heat
They really are, though.
does heat increase the pressure of a gas?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Can you show me an instance where heat does not increase the pressure of any of the gas or air that we live in? Can you show
Sure.
me that? Where?
Sure, a hair dryer running in a bathroom.
The air coming off of that goes which way, up or down?
I'm sorry, what?
The air, once it's out of the jet, does it go up, down, or stay in where it was blown to?
It equalizes at at a very particular speed. What is the speed that it equalizes at?
If I
No,
have
no,
a
no.
balloon-
Hold on. I have answered your question. I answered like 3 of them. What is the speed that it equalizes at?
It would depend on the volume, the
Nope.
area.
Nope.
Yes, it does.
What is the speed?
Go ahead, tell us what the speed you think it
The
is.
speed of sound.
Oh, okay. But the speed of sound is only relevant in the lower part of our atmosphere where the air is the thickest. So
Nah.
yeah,
Why do you
It
think
actually
that?
does.
yeah.
So,
Sound needs a medium to travel.
congratulations. You've just debunked sonar. Good job. Yeah, you're right. Sonar doesn't work. Sorry,
No,
guys. We
sonar
can't have a
only
speed of
works through
sound.
a medium.
We can't have a
Sonar
speed
works
of
through a
sound
medium,
underwater. Sorry.
Hold on,
Your sonar doesn't work, guys. Damn.
wait a second.
The sonar is
Sonar
traveling through a
in
medium.
a vacuum?
No. Hey, no. You can't have it. You can't have sound traveling. Sovereign just said the speed of sound only works in the lower atmosphere. Therefore, the speed of sound does not exist underwater. Thereby, you cannot have sonar because
Wow,
that's
dude.
how dumb he is.
Is the water down beneath the atmosphere? Is the water a medium that is thick enough to carry the resonance of the vibrations? Yes, of course it is. Is the air at the upper atmosphere thick enough? Is there enough of it there to carry the vibrations of the sound? No, there's not.
Yeah.
Welcome to you not knowing how the fuck sound even works.
That's so cute. Go ahead and tell me about how temperature is pressure. That was really funny.
I didn't say temperature was pressure. I said temperature
No,
causes pressure.
your little lackey did.
No,
The dude who's got you've got your balls in his mouth. Go on, ball mouth.
I said it was basically synonymous.
Oh, basically synonymous. Okay, so
Yeah,
you mean
like it's a
temperature and
percentage-
pressure? are not the same thing, almost like, all physics isn't dumb, just you.
Well, it's part of thermodynamics, dude. Like temperature and pressure, like it tries to equalize. Temperature tries to equalize. It's like synonymous. I think it tries to equalize at the same rate, depending on the differentials of how much pressure and how much low pressure you have at certain points trying to equalize with each other. You have the same amount of, high temperature with lower temperature. They try to equalize to a certain point, but I think they do it at the
Yep.
same rate.
Yep, temperature and pressure are the same thing. Got it.
Can you read that right there? What I've got up on the screen?
No,
You can't?
no, it's tiny.
Okay, well, where it's highlighted there, it says higher temperature equals higher pressure and overinflation. Lower temperature equals lower pressure and underinflation. Why would you think that would be? It's right there in the whole description. You fucking retard. See how they scatter? See how they scatter when you prove them fucking wrong right there and it's on the spot? You see how they scatter? Holy shit, you're muted, Roger Michael Ledwell Jr. the third. You better unmute yourself, boy. You ain't even got Avatar up there. There
Hold
he
on.
goes.
Let me drop in and drop back out. Am I
All
back
right.
on? Am I good? All right, cool.
There you go.
Yeah, I wanted to hear his thesis, man, on weather and how you have to have gravity to hold it in place.
Yeah, right. He just now
I
came.
almost brought that up.
back in.
I almost
He fucked up and had his camera on and it freaked him out, so he dropped back out. Now he's back. He's seeing this is another mark of a coward. That's another mark of a coward right there. So,
I apologize.
There
Ballers
he is.
can't
Okay.
tech.
Come on, guy.
You should use some of that gravity to hold you onto the fucking stream, bro.
Yeah, I hit a wrong button. My bad. Yeah, that's the ideal gas law. PV equals nRT.
Yeah. Mhm. Can you show me a
Ever heard of
non-ideal?
it?
Yeah. Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Yep.
Non-ideal gas law? Sure. Boyle's law.
Boils on. Okay.
Yeah.
So do all of them? Can you tell me one gas law that uses gravity? And it's
Boyle's law.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, okay. What's Boyle's law?
Boyle's law? Hang on, I'll bring it up for you.
Go ahead and Google it because you don't know.
Yes, I did. But I'm
No,
going
then what is it? Without Googling.
Wait a second. My audience.
What's Boyle's law?
My
It's real simple.
So this is Boyle's law. We've discussed this on Flatzoids before. Some of you have not been with us before.
Yeah, Flatzoid. Keith doesn't understand it either. He's really funny.
Dude, you have no room to talk at all. It
low.
proves you fucking wrong in real time. I just proved.
Oh
you
yeah, by
fucking
misunderstanding PV equals nRT. Good job.
No, not
And
understanding it
debunking
at all.
sonar.
Gas pressure decreases when it's cold. It's that simple, bro.
According to you,
ain't
sonar
even
doesn't work.
separate
So
Kind of thing?
There's no way around that. You fucked up, bro.
yeah,
Okay.
says the guy who debunked sonar by saying nuh-uh.
Sonar. I never said anything about sonar.
No, you said that you can't have a speed of sound anywhere other than the lower atmosphere.
Yeah, right. Is the water in a lower atmosphere stupid?
No,
Is
in
it?
a medium.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's not within
no, the
lower-
water is not in the atmosphere.
It's not. There is water in the
Nope.
atmosphere. In fact, that's one of the reasons you have a speed of sound to begin with, dumb fuck.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's just
Yeah.
dumb.
No,
Go ahead.
it's not. No, that's reality, brother, because it's part of the fucking medium that carries.
You find
the
Boyle's
sound.
law yet?
Yeah.
Exactly.
got
That's
it.
You
what,
still-
and that's
you
what
still
I
searching?
fucking said earlier, Doc. Man, it has to have a medium.
Still
and that's what
searching
he's
for
saying.
Boyle's
The
law? Can't
sonar
figure it
travels
out?
through
Go
a
ahead.
medium.
I'll wait.
How do dolphins work?
You will fucking wait. Yes, that is
I
correct.
don't know. You're gonna have to ask Sovereign. He's the one who debunks speed of sound underwater.
You're a dumbass.
He did
He's
not
never ever said
debunk.
that.
He did not
You
say
think
that.
sound travels at
Oh, wait.
the same speed through water, dude? Are you genius or what? I don't know. You
Yeah,
think that
wrong.
water doesn't
No,
impede
it doesn't.
the sound?
It has a
doesn't?
different speed. But according
a
to
different
Sovereign,
medium.
it has
Yeah,
no
that's
speed.
exactly what the point is.
It's still a
I didn't
medium,
say
dude.
that.
Water is a medium. Sovereign
Yeah,
said
you
it has
did.
to have
You're
a
just too
medium.
dumb to realize you
He
said
said
that.
no. He said it has to have a
No.
medium, and water is the medium,
Water
dude.
medium? You retard.
And where did you get your physics degree at again, guy? Can I ask you that question? Where did you get your PhD in physics? Where did you study?
I don't have a PhD. I
Can I ask you that
have
question?
a undergrad degree from the University of New Mexico. And where'd you get yours from?
Oh, okay. So you went to community college. Oh, I didn't get one. My dad
Yeah,
actually went to
University of
MIT
New
and took physics
Mexico,
there for 4
definitely a
years.
community
Made me go
college.
through it.
I'm sorry, where'd you get yours?
Yeah, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, MIT is a. I didn't get mine. My dad had a degree from MIT.
Oh, so
in
you
physics.
actually have no
Navy
degree,
did it
but
too.
you want to
Yeah.
throw out the
Why
credentials
would a
fallacy.
degree
Cool.
matter?
Yeah,
Why
but
would,
he
why
taught
would a
me
degree
everything he
matter?
I
fucking
don't know.
knew.
Ask the dude with your balls in his mouth. He's the one who wanted to throw it at me. So
Listen, I'm a degree.
come on, ball mouth. Hold on.
Who's
Ask ball
balls
mouth
in their
boy.
mouth, dude?
Ball mouth boy. Why does a degree matter?
It doesn't matter.
Oh well,
Who's ball mouth?
I'm sorry. I don't want to get between you and your ball mouth boy.
I didn't discuss the topic, dude.
So are you?
Before you
So
discuss
ball
the
mouth
topic.
boy, you want to talk shit about my alma mater when you don't even have one? Go ahead.
Alma mater?
Talking to me
Yeah.
about ball mouth? What
Community
the fuck is wrong
college,
with you,
your
dude?
alma
Yeah.
mater? Are you fucking?
You think the
shit?
University of New Mexico is a community college?
You're from the you went
Oh,
to
it's a
the
state
University
college.
of New
Yeah, that's what it
Mexico?
is.
You just
Ah,
said
state
community
college. No, your ball
Yeah,
mouth
I
boy
know
said
is.
it was
Like
a state
University
college.
of Arizona. Who's ball mouth
Yes,
boy, dude? Who are you
the
talking to?
the University of New Mexico is in Arizona. Good job.
Let me
Mhm.
tell you something. Let me tell you something. These guys are real mouthy behind the safety of a fucking computer screen. But I can guarantee you that if this son of a bitch were to talk to anybody that way outside of his safety of his mom's basement, I don't think that he'd have any fucking teeth. So he's
Mhm.
not. He don't act like this in reality. I can guarantee you that. I can guarantee you that. I can spot a fucking pussy coward a mile away, brother.
Yeah, is
so
that why
what-
you keep ball mouth boy around? You want him? You like that?
How is this here? It's Boyle law. Show me the part that debunks what I said about pressure not being affected by temperature. You said it's not affected by temperature, yet I'm showing.
No, I didn't. Do you not even remember your own argument?
Yes, I said that cold air will reduce pressure and hot air and heat will increase pressure. Yes, I remember.
That
saying
was not your argument.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't. What was
You
my
were
argument?
you were looking for a law that involves the gravitational forces.
Yeah. Show me where this gravitational force is referenced in the fucking Boyle's law. Where is it? Where's that? Still not seeing anything about.
Go ahead and
Nothing about gravity. Let's see if we can search on. Can you search on the page? I wonder. Is there a way to do that?
yeah, I don't know. I don't use Wikipedia as a source.
Yeah, I don't usually either, but it was the first thing, and I.
You don't
are-
usually. You just happen to right now, right? And every other time I've turned into your worthless stream.
When do you tune? Well, thank you for the views. I didn't know you were.
Oh,
a
don't
fan.
worry. I always block my account so you don't get views.
Good. You no, you don't. Because that doesn't work. If you viewed it, you viewed it. It doesn't matter if it's an anonymous view or whether it was from an account. It still counts as a view, bro. You
Dude,
obviously
it's so
don't know,
sad.
you don't know anything about fucking YouTube at all, bro. So I'm
It's so
still
sad.
found the word gravity. Let's see if we can find it on this page somehow. There's
It's a
gotta-
difference in pressure. It's the pressure differential. You're
Yeah.
also looking at the wrong Boyle's law, but that's fine.
Oh,
So
wrong
gravity
Boyle's
from
law. Well, can you go ahead and share the right Boyle's law with us, please?
Hey,
Do you think you could do that?
I gotta yell at my dog. Be back.
Doc, you want to go ahead and just show the right Boyle's law to us then?
Go, Brian.
Can I
Go,
chat?
brother.
I just like to chime in and say, fuck this dude.
Yeah, no doubt, right?
Yeah.
Well, he's and this is great too because Flatzoid's making a documentary on these artards, right? And it's really interesting to see the way that they act. They can't even conduct themselves in a civil manner. because their
I just-
belief system is so weak that when you start poking at the little chinks in their armor, they fucking flip shit. Just like any
here's-
other zealot.
Oh no! Hold on, Doc.
Here's what's
I tuned
amazing.
in and
I
I
can
tuned
use-
in and
I
I
can
just
use
heard
my
you
belief
brag.
system.
Hey,
hold
I
on,
just
hold on,
tuned
hold
in
on.
and heard. No. I turned in to hear you brag how your dad has a fucking degree from MIT. Like, who the fuck
No, you
cares
didn't.
what your dad did? Yeah, fuck
No,
you.
that
No.
was, that was Roger.
That was not me.
Oh,
That
all
was
right.
Ball Mouth Boy.
All right, my bad.
No,
with that.
it was Roger.
Right, Ball Mouth Boy.
No, there's no one named Ballmouth here, boy here. The only fucking homo here is you.
You know, there's this thing called gaydar, and you
like
definitely
balls.
think hard
You
as
like
shit,
balls.
Sovereign.
'Cause you
I know
both-
you would like it. Come on.
balls. You wish I would.
Come on, you're kind of sexy.
See, they're all fucking mentally
You can't
unstable.
handle it, can you? You
Everybody-
get getting all paranoid. Oh no, my
Yeah,
little
what?
imaginary friend in the sky will be mad at me.
Mad at me
So-
about what? You're the one acting like a fool.
Imaginary
Yeah, it's
friend.
because I'm bored.
You came from an accident, like just an
Listen, if I
explosion
was
happened,
you,
and you
I'd
came
be
out.
bored too. There's probably not a single woman or person that would want to be around your abrasive personality. You're a
Yeah.
dick.
You mean other than the ones sitting here laughing at you? But hey, carry on.
Really? Who's in there laughing at me? Let's talk to him. Put him on.
Go fuck yourself.
Put one on.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead,
think
put
we're all
one
laughing
on.
at you, brother.
Oh, what's the matter? Your blow up doll can't talk?
Yeah, okay. Just like you never interrupt, right? Go ahead and why don't you run that lie again?
Look at you have reverted to an adolescent state of mental maturity.
No, I want to actually talk about sailboats, but you don't know the basics about sailboats. You don't even know what a VMG, even after I explained it, and you're interrupting me just because you're trying to hide the truth from your audience, because you know that you're so scared.
Once you explained what it was, I was able to decipher that it was the straight line between the 2 points. That's not a problem.
You're just
Okay.
terrified of that
Oh,
guy.
I
You're
know,
just
he left
terrified.
because he knew I was about to bring him back up. But that's what they do. Their arguments are weak. They have nothing to stand on. So they go to about a mental maturity level of a 12-year-old girl. Now, I can tell by his responses that he grew up in a fatherless home. Okay. And how do I know that? Because he's very effeminate in the way that he acts and conducts himself. He gives way to emotion so quickly, so easily. And his responses are really quite effeminate. This is a good indication of someone, not always a steadfast rule, but a good indication of somebody who grew up without a masculine influence and thereby took on the traits
So-
of the female.
Do you think by fantasizing over these phallic shaped things that they send into alleged space that now he's acquired a taste for men's penises?
It's very possible. It's very possible.
It just sounds like to me. Sounds like it to me.
So yeah, there's Iron. What's happening, bro? He's out there. We got Renee Bernays just showed up. Lucky thought that was kind of funny. Listen, I was gonna bring him back on up. I just I'm not gonna have him fucking run.
You should bring Lucky on. I know you'd welcome him on, but Lucky, come on, man. I know you don't live stream much, but hop up here, dude.
Man.
Yeah, he's come up a couple times with me, but he likes to just do his 10-15 minute videos. But
Yeah, man, I like those, man.
oh yeah, I know Lucky a long time, man. Lucky's a good dude.
You know, and he's got it called out pretty good on this this final experiment. I'm in the same fucking ticket right there as far as that's concerned. I'm like, look, this is just right off the bat, it's just suspect to begin with. There's so much wrong with it.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
I'd
I'd love for somebody to pay for a trip for me to go down there, but if somebody started to pay for me for a trip to go down there, I'd have major questions.
Well, I'm sure that most people would take
Well,
a
Like,
trip.
I think it would be cool to like go
Matt,
down there.
it
and
is
just
cool,
see
but
it.
again, it's not a trip to fucking Cancun, right?
No.
It's a whole nother thing. Like, I mean, you got to be physically fit.
You gotta
and
be
all sorts of
fucking
shit, I would
prepared.
think.
Yeah,
man.
yeah. And you gotta have the right like. I watched that Aeronauts movie on Amazon Prime. I don't even know how like true that stuff was, but they were talking about how you got like in a hot air balloon at like 60,000 feet, how you had to have like these oiled down like leathers and whatnot just to keep warm. And I started thinking about it, and I'm like, man, if you went to Antarctica, you'd have to have like some serious fucking equipment and clothing.
See, my issue is like I have no reason to worry about this because we've seen them fake the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So
I'm not even worried
people-
about that. I'm just saying it'd be cool. It'd just be fucking cool to go down there. I'm not even saying.
Oh
it'd be
yeah,
cool.
no, I know. I'm not saying
Yeah.
you're worrying. It's weird how people are panicking over nothing.
I know, right?
You know, over a trip
Oh,
that's
yeah.
not going to take place, and then you're giving people on the other side bait over something which they were never going to be able to prove in the first place.
No, I'm not buying into any of it, man.
Well,
like
look,
Tom
I-
says,
well-
like, dude, the preponderance of evidence that we've already seen, you know, the long distance observance, everything that we've seen. Like, if anything, if they went down there and saw some kind of fucking 24-hour sun, like, yeah, it would bring in some questions, but there would be also, yeah, but it would also be like, well, it still doesn't fucking prove anything.
Well, and I agree with Brian. Everybody's freaking out and shit. They're not going to see it. I don't think the trip's actually going to take
I don't
place.
think so. I don't
Um,
think so either.
Look, everybody, and like you were saying, I'd take a free ticket and whatnot, right? All right. Well, yeah, I would like free puppy, and I would certainly
Yeah.
love to have some free candy. But I'm certainly not going to take free candy and puppies from a fucking skeevy dude in a windowless van. Okay?
Yeah.
When I look at this fucking character and the fact that he's a known scam artist, okay? His broker record shows that. He's a fucking scam artist.
Yeah, I've looked into the guy. I saw the stuff you did on him, and what a lot of other people have actually put out on him. Like, yeah, that guy's not. He's not a trustworthy. Well,
So
he's a very
Yeah.
sketchy character.
Well, look,
So I don't think the trip's ever going to take place. I don't have any reason to think there's a 24-hour Antarctic sun. However, let's just play devil's advocate for a minute, right? First of all, no matter who went there, I don't care if it's Jaron, Austin, I don't care if it's like somebody I'm even a lot closer to, whatever. If we know NASA's getting $60 million a day, right? Like how much is it going to cost to pay off somebody to say whatever, right? So my bigger point on that is though, like, no matter what happens, like it's not going to make mass start attracting mass. Airplanes don't work on a spinning ball. Blah 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 blah. All these other things.
Yeah.
So when it comes to Jaron, right? I'll address this real quick. Me and Jaron have butted heads with things over the past, mostly the Mandela effect, right? I think his issue with the final experiment thing is just, I don't think the way he explains his stance, maybe the language isn't resonating with people. I don't really know. I don't think anybody's going anywhere. I'm not going to shit on Jaron for saying, yeah, I'll go. Like, he's ready to stand by what he's been saying for 10 years. So I don't have a fucking problem with that, you know? However, I think the way that he conveys the message doesn't come across the best because he does make it sound as if they see the the sun not set and the 24-hour sun, that, well, that can't work on flat Earth. And it's like, well, no, that just can't work on all these perceived models that everybody's been pointing out. The Earth still won't be a ball. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Does his language not really come off as clear and concise as you think it maybe could to people?
Well, I think it's kind of along the same thing I'm saying. And it's like, and you have to admit, if there's been no credible proof of a 24-hour sun in the 125 years of established bases in Antarctica, why would this year be any fucking different? Why is this all of a sudden a big thing? That's what I'm getting at. This would be something that we already fucking know. This would be something that is well known, documented. And if something's real, there's no need to fake it. None.
Yeah, so it's weird, like the whole dynamic. So like I said, remember, I know I said this, Dave. I said this to you a while ago, months ago. And it was pretty obvious, anybody paying attention with Will Duffy. And when he comes out and he's like, oh, the final experiment has already begun. He said it on one of his first interviews, you know, and it has begun. And you see what's happening to the flat earth community over something that hasn't even happened yet.
Yep. And
so
that's
it's been a social experiment the whole time. It hasn't been about, you know, observing the sun. It's been about what can we do to try and tear this flat earth community apart. And that's what they put together, you know?
Well, it's also been kind of a wheat and tares thing as far as I'm concerned. Because like I said, like I'm saying, look, the preponderance of evidence, and I think everybody here agrees that the preponderance of evidence does not, regardless of what is ever seen in the sky, is not going to make the earth into a fucking globe. Okay?
No, dude.
Sorry. What does it do? Okay, it tells us that there is some kind of an optical phenomenon that we are not fully understanding. Now, that is the big if this is seen. Now, a lot of people was getting all worked up a few years ago with Greater Sapien and the big fucking trip that was going to go fly across Antarctica and we'll prove once and for all that it's a globe, right? Didn't happen. People lost money. Didn't happen. Secondly, I can't see somebody now paying for the 4 tickets instead of just the ones that he was gonna, right? He's got another, I guess, another globe earther gonna be able to go, but now he's got one extra person because Whitsitt won't go unless Duffy goes. So now Duffy has to go, which means another $35K plus expenses. What's the return? It's got to be something more because there's cheaper ways to find that out than to spend that kind of coin without some kind of a return. So that's where I'm at with it. What the fuck is that?
And again, like, I don't want to make it sound like a cop-out because I know that's what the Globies try to make it sound like. Oh, now the flat earthers are saying, you know, they don't know this and who cares if it's that. And like, I've always said, I don't know what the fucking sun is. I don't know what it does. For Christ's sakes, we're questioning if it's even yellow or white or a circle or a hexagon. So like, we're going to trust that to dictate our reality. Not only on top of that, I'm not trying to start a bunch of shit, but I'm going to trust a bunch of people that deny that this reality is fluid to tell me what reality is when they go look at the sun. They're going to tell me the earth is a globe now? No, I'm not going there.
I will tell you this. I will tell you this, Brian. This is something I've been trying to like observe like lately because the sun being white and whatnot. I do notice when it's on the horizon, it is more like yellowy orange. And as it rises up, it becomes a little more orange. But as it gets to the top of the sky, it gets like that white, bright light. But as it sets back on the horizon, it changes colors again. And I wonder about that, and if that maybe that's what has us confused. But at the same time, Saab posted some stuff earlier, and he was talking about this earlier about the sunflowers facing away from the sun these days. I remember when I was a kid, it would always follow the sun. I remember that was always one of the things I would walk out and see. Well, this year, my parents.
It's not just this year though. Yeah.
It might not be just this year, but this is the first time that I actually noticed it when people started bringing it up, and I went and actually checked on it for myself. Dude, they really are. They're like facing away.
Yeah. So here's the thing. It's okay to not know. So we don't know, like, is it a Mandela affected sun? Is it a fake sun? Is it a real sun? Are they two suns? Right? There's a lot of shit on the table. I've done shows
think it might be
about
like
all this.
signs of times or something like that. Like, I think it might be like a little bit biblical, but I'm not a Bible guy.
Let's take all the shit we've always said, man. We can't look at the sky. Sorry.
One thing, Ryan, and just real quick, Lucky says, I want Simon and Dan to say I have integrity. I want Simon and Dan to drop through his own asshole and hang himself. But, hey, we can't all get what we want now, can we? Go ahead, Brian.
So we already have the whole thing of the last decade, right? You can't prove the ground we're standing on by looking at the sky.
Yeah.
And now let's insert everything on top of that we just talked about. White sun, hexagon sun, Mandela effects, two sun, blah, 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 blah. We don't know what the fuck is going on up there. I don't care who goes to Antarctica, what they see, and even if I was for some reason to believe the video, like, planes still don't work on a spinning ball, mass don't attract mass, and we see too far.
No. Exactly.
No.
And that's one of the things I always say. Like, if our compass is supposed to be pointing towards the magnet, and the magnet's supposed to be like at the center of the Earth, shouldn't they be pointing down to the ground? Like a compass? It shouldn't be pointing towards the north. Like if we lived on
Yeah.
a ball, it should be
Right.
pointing to the fucking ground.
You'd see it tilted, at least the needle tilted toward
Yeah,
the
it's
north,
not
right?
something would be like going on there.
Yeah, it's listen.
Yeah, so this whole thing's a
But
charade.
they tell us you gotta balance the compass. for it
Listen,
to
it's a
point.
charade run by trolls. Dave, you were right in the beginning. Once this dude said he was associated with fucking McToon, anybody that doesn't get a fucking red flag fucking instantly, you know. But hey, I can't, you know, like I said, as much as I've butted heads with Jaron, and we'll always butt heads on certain things, we agree on some things too, and we're cool. Like we get along, everything's fine. I can't fault him for saying, like, imagine if he said, because that's my problem. Like, so right now, other people have been offered to go down there, and I do understand why some people wouldn't want to go. But I got to give Jaron credit for saying, hey, at least I'll fucking stand by what I said for 10 years. I'll fucking go. And it's not, like I said, it ain't going to Cancun. It's saying I'll go to fucking Antarctica, or I'll stay down there for days and fucking sleep in the cold and go with people like Dave fucking McKeegan, dude. I wouldn't go with Dave McKeegan on a fucking plane. Are you kidding me? I'd want to throw that fucking dude out the window. But like I said earlier, however, I think the way that Jaron explains it, it's turning a lot of people off. Now, do I think that all those people should go make hit pieces and call him a piece of shit shill based off of that? Probably not. I just try and stay out of all of it. You know, I'm just kind of observing the whole thing. But I do think that he's not clear enough when he explains, like, hey, this doesn't work with the model that we've been presenting if I observe the sun do 24 hours. And it's making it sound like, hey, it's a globe if I observe the sun do this. And that's what
Hey,
people's
Brian.
problem is. Yeah.
He's not saying it's debunking the model. He's said over and over, if we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, that will mean there's no way the Earth is flat.
That's an issue, man.
He's
That's a
doubling
big
down
problem.
on it. It's a big issue because, like you said, he's done 10 years of research on record.
Yeah.
He's doing his own experiments, and he's one of the guys I looked up to and seeing these experiments, going, you know what, I'm going to go try to do that experiment myself.
Yeah.
And then you can see too far.
One of the interesting things is that I'm looking at one right on my wall right now. If you look at the Gleason's map, what does it actually say on there? It says new standard map of the world, longitude and time calculator, and there is special reference placed on the sun itself. In fact, so much so that in the bottom of the map near the scales shows what the light is doing at the December solstice and showing what it does at the June solstice. So I don't know,
I
man.
see that, man. Yeah, the coffee cup caustic.
Yeah.
So Jaron did a stream the other night, and his one of his main points of the stream was going at Flat Earth Banjo, because Flat Earth Banjo put in quotes that Jaron said Earth is just a bigger ball, right? And Jaron went on and said, "I'll bet you $1,000 that you can't find me saying that exact quote." And I believe him, he probably never said that, right? But isn't it interesting that David Weiss has said that? And Jaron didn't address that in the stream. David Weiss has said those exact words in his interviews, and Jaron didn't address that when he said, "I would never say that, blah, 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 blah." I don't want to get involved in the drama, but I was just thinking, like, well, your buddy said that. Now, I know that isn't him. I'm just, I'm just saying.
But to be fair, Dave said if it is a ball, it has to be like 1,000 times bigger, which means
I know, but then again, like what Jaron was saying the other night, then the stars and the constellations, if it was just a bigger ball and scaled up, that wouldn't all work the same.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't work the same. No.
No, I think most people got their underwear up their ass. They got sand in their drawers because they're worried, and that just shows that they're weak in their beliefs. Okay.
Yeah, but still, I mean, the thing is supposed to be about the 24-hour sun, not 24-hour light. So when you do look at the look at the bottom of the map, and it does show that coffee cup caustic, it doesn't mean you're actually seeing the actual sun. You're just seeing the light. And that would, that would more be like, Yeah, we're inside of a dome, and it's being projected around the outside. That would actually exclude. I think it would exclude further lands anyway.
Well, all it has done is resuscitated a tired ass 2016 argument, 2018 argument. Now here it is again, right? And like I've said, if there was actual proof of it, we would already know. It would be well known. We wouldn't even be having this discussion. So these guys going to Antarctica isn't like the first manned mission to Mars or some dumb shit like that, or they're going someplace where nobody's ever been. This is a well-established fucking camp. So
no shit. This could be a distraction from them saying like we're going to go back to the moon in 2024, 2025. This could be.
Why did nobody ever go to the north? That's where I think the fucking projector's at, man.
Man, I'm with you, kind of on that.
I mean,
I've been on that bandwagon since the beginning. Let's go to the north. Why do they focus on the south? Why are they telling us about Buzz Aldrin and John Kerry and all this shit in the south? Let's go to the north. Not that the south would be cool and interesting, but what's at the center? What's causing the northern lights? What's that coming out of?
Yeah,
what's causing the magnetic pole of the earth? You know,
Right.
That's the interesting stuff.
Well,
I
shit,
love
if you
that,
go
Brian.
in-
I love
and
it.
there again, I use the same example again. When you go into a planetarium, where are you at? You're seeing a perfect representation of the night sky.
On a
You're on
dome
flat
above you.
floor,
Yeah.
a dome above you. And where's that shit all being projected from? Right
The
dead
center.
nuts from the fucking center of that place. Right dead nuts from the center of that place, man. That's where I want to see what's at the center of this fucking planetarium, man.
And Lucky Haskins, no, you didn't miss here because I did hear him say multiple times the globe would measure flat due to its magnitude. And it's interesting because the whole stream was talking about Home Depots and Home Depots and Home Depot Earth about 1 million times, and Home Depots never existed. Always been the Home Depot in this reality. Don't tell the Mandela deniers though.
Rasta, I think, having some equipment issues or something going on over here. I don't know.
I'm still waiting for you guys to have that rap battle, but I'll stop pushing it because I know it pisses you guys off a little. But we all wanted to see it because it would be funny. We love you guys. We love you guys.
I cannot
Yeah.
do any rap on a public forum because I excessively use the N-word, and it's not acceptable for a person.
Doesn't every rapper excessively
Oh,
use
man,
the
come
N-word? Hey,
Just
Luke,
means you're
what's
a
up,
rapper.
man?
I was
Luke,
just,
you were trying to.
I was
If you
just
don't use a
asking
hard R,
about-
I think you're okay without the hard R. Maybe. I don't know.
What's up, Luke?
I was just on Stov's stream maybe a week ago, and we started hitting up some Bible versus Mandela effects. Do you remember that, Sov, when we had Nicole? Nicole is an ex-Catholic like me, and I hit her up with the Lord's Prayer, and she had Lowry's Bible out, and she was reading the verse from, and she was just blown away. No way!
Listen, man, that blew me away too, man.
Really?
Biggest thing ever.
Yeah,
Biggest
that
thing
was
ever.
dude. It was so good. It was so good.
Yeah, we got her. That's twice we've gotten somebody in real time. Maybe a
that's
third
Nicole-
time.
Nicole,
I think that's
right?
A third time for me, because one time was on the Vince, the Honest Composer. I was on his stream.
Oh yeah, I got him good, dude.
Well, his one guy that shows up there, Pepsi Man, and his wife, right? And we started talking about these Mandela effects, and his wife started checking them and shit. And even movies and stuff that they happen to have in their collection, we were like, no, that's changed too. And they're looking, and they're like, you could hear her in the background going, "Oh my God, what the hell is happening?" It was great, man. But that's wild when you finally get somebody that can actually see it. You know, a lot of people will try to go into denial immediately because we've been trained to discount our senses.
Yep.
They'll jump to, oh, I'm just misremembering that. Or they'll do like the Ash test, the Ash experiment. They'll just conform with the consensus, even though they know it's wrong. Did you see that thing, Brian?
What thing? I've seen tons of this info on the Mandela effect.
The Ash experiment.
I don't think I've even heard of that.
Oh wow, that's really crazy. Let me see if I'll find it and I'll bring it up.
All right, go ahead. You bring it up. I'm going to run to the pisser real
All
quick.
right,
I'll be right
all
back.
right. Yeah, this is really interesting. I like people to see this because it really displays a lot about what people are doing when they just go along with something. You know, like all these freaking idiots that aren't even questioning the globe, right? I'll just play the short version of it tonight.
Which one is this? Is this the one with the electrocutions or?
No. What this is it's a conformity test that they did.
Oh, to see if they stood up?
No, that's another one. That's another good one. What they did in this experiment, right, is everybody here is in on it, okay, except for one guy, right? Now, this is just a short portion of the test they did. There were some other ones where they tested different samples of people and got kind of different results. Like when they had a guy that he was singled out and told that he just is to write his answer down. He was more honest than when they were verbally expressing what they think. But anyway, this is, let me just play this real quick and you can kind of get an idea as to what's going on.
The Asch experiment is one of psychology's oldest and most popular pieces of research. A volunteer is told that he's taking part in a visual perception test. What he doesn't know is that the other participants are actors, and he's the only person taking part in the real test, which is actually about group conformity.
Please begin. The experiment you will be taking part in today involves the perception of line length. Your task will be simply to look at the line here on the left and indicate which of the 3 lines on the right is equal to it in length. So, for example, if you...
The actors have been told to match the wrong lines. The volunteer will be monitored to see if he gives the correct answer or if he goes along with the opinion of the group and gives the wrong answer. In the first test, the correct answer is 2.
I actually have seen this.
1.
Yep, I've seen it.
1. Two.
1. Once again, the correct answer is 2.
3. 3. 3. 3.
3.
The Asch experiment has been repeated many times, and the results have been supported again and again. We will conform to the group. Again, we're very social creatures. We're very much aware of what the people around us think. We want to be liked. We don't want to be seen to rock the boat, so we will go along with the group. Even if we don't believe what people are saying, we'll still go along.
1. 1. 1.
1. Group dynamics is one of the most powerful forces in human psychology.
1. 1.
It's 90% of the population.
Yep.
See how that works? So the guy at first, he went ahead and gave the wrong answer, but then after that, you could see the visible discomfort. That there was visible discomfort when he went ahead and picked the wrong answer based on what everybody else said. And this is what we.
It's just like COVID. It's just like COVID.
Exactly. 90% of people. 90%.
Now, if you throw ridicule and mockery into it, it has an even more profound psychological effect on the person being gaslighted. You understand? Yeah, it just increases the pressure. You're exactly right, man. Exactly.
Can we go back to the final experiment for a second?
Oh yeah, go right ahead.
I know that sounds weird coming from the Mandela effect guy, and we almost went there.
No, not at all. You know that you are a veteran of all of these rabbit holes. You've been down them. You've got your miner's hat with a badge. So yeah, we know that you're into a lot of these different things, and it's interesting to hear your views on them. So you just shoot, my man.
Yeah, and for a second I almost forgot where I was going to go with that.
Oh, sorry.
Thought that I had about. No, it's all right. Because I do that all the time, and I fucking just completely forgot where I was, what fucking thought I had that I wanted to bring up with it, and shit, we'll get back to it though, I'm sure.
It'll come back around.
the non-final experiment observation of the thing in the sky that we don't know what it is, doesn't do anything to prove the ground that we stand on, right? That thing?
Well,
yeah. I mean, you know that this is an elusive object to begin with. I mean, let's think about this. You go all the way back to Copernicus. It pisses him off when I say his name that way. You go back to Copernicus, and he originally calculated the sun's distance at 3 million miles. And since that time, we've had a steady increase all the way up to this 93 million miles. Now, you can't be that far off, man. So what do we got going on here? I don't think we really fully understand what it is, where it is, how big it is. And, you know, is it actually a physical object? Austin Thompson has given us some awesome video showing us the sunspots and shit like that. I'm at a loss. I don't know what the fuck the thing is.
I
Really
love
where
Austin
it is.
Thompson's. I love his videos, man.
Yeah, I mean,
everything he's been doing, man, I love all that stuff. I've been doing it myself, actually. I just haven't been sharing too much. But I got the solar filter for my camera and everything, and I got the super zoom, which I just got a B700, but it still does phenomenal fucking photos.
You know, I even, you know, I started thinking about this sunflower anomaly thing that's going on. And I'm seeing, you know, like I threw it to some other people, and they threw me this thing that says, no, they just face east. And the
What they'll say is that what they say now is that the sunflowers, when they mature, they're too heavy and they can't follow the sun anymore.
Well, they do that. They have always done that. When they got too big, they did actually fall to one side and they didn't move anymore. But the smaller ones did always move. And the smaller ones I noticed this year were always the opposite.
Yep. And people have noticed this for a while. Yeah, so I just so people know, we all notice things at different times. I just want to let people know, like, people especially in the Mandela community have been talking about this for like close to a decade. I know Gloria used to talk about this in my 2018 shows that we used to do about the sunflowers facing the wrong way. Now, this is one of the things I wish I knew more about. I do wish I was more in tune with nature growing up, and I just don't know either way. But I just letting you know what people were talking about.
Yeah,
just on the final experiment, did you remember your thought, Brian, about the final experiment?
No, but I'm sure we'll get to there at some point tonight. Shit, I did forget my thought.
Well, I'm sorry. The thing that's got me bugged so bad about this is I can't understand somebody putting down that kind of coin.
Yeah,
without
just
return.
There's people who work down there, just like, you know. Hey, Barry, mate, let's do a 24-hour stream. Turn your camera on for a day. Done.
Yep. Yeah, they should be able to, you know, and like I said, there would be, you know, come on, 125 years for crying out loud. You know?
There should be zero fake videos of planes on 9/11. There should be zero fake videos of suns in Antarctica.
Exactly.
There should be zero fake videos of people on the ISS, and there should be zero laughing parents of kids murdered at a school unexpectedly all of a sudden on a day in fucking 2012. Zero.
And you should never fucking roll around a guy with his legs blown off in a fucking wheelchair.
No, and not only that, and he should never appear at a public sports event. But where was Jeff Bauman weeks later? Celtics games, Bruins games, enclosed arenas at
That
sports
was
events.
his name. That's what I was trying to fucking think of earlier. So Jeff
Fuck
Bauman.
him.
Yeah.
Fuck Jeff Bauman, okay? And fuck Will Duffy, and fuck Scott Kelly too while we're at it. He sucks.
That's hilarious.
Anybody else want to get cussed out? Who else wants to get... Fuck Chris Hadfield. I hate that motherfucker, and I think he's related to Charles Jago.
Oh
They
man,
look alike.
I wish I had Saab's background and my guitar in my hand.
What, you gonna do like an impromptu Chris Jago, Charles Jago song?
No,
Chris Hadfield?
Chris Hadfield.
You know who Charles Jago is, right?
No, who's Charles Jacob?
Did you ever see the CNN fake video before the Gulf War with the guy that's putting on the fucking hard hat and he get in the gas mask?
Yeah,
his buddy?
yeah.
That's Charles Jacob.
Like one of them wore the helmet and one of them wore the gas mask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And next time you watch it, take a look at him and think Chris Hadfield. They look. I'm not saying they're the same guy, but they look like they could be relatives.
Oh, so I was gonna play.
I'm working on one. Hang on. Go ahead. Keep talking.
So we were talking about Chris Hadfield and his ugly fucking mustache and his terrible fucking songs from the ISS where he's doing duets with the band Naked Ladies in sync, but we're supposed to believe there's a 13-second delay.
Yeah, 13-second delay. Exactly. Yeah.
Hey, I think I got it.
Because my name is Chris Hadfield and I suck a bag of dicks.
You can order one of those
You
from
had my
Stav's
best
Life, I'm
night
pretty sure.
reply. 0 hour 9 a.m.
My buddy was outside doing a spacewalk at 55.
There's a seal by them. I miss the ground so much, I wanna be dry. It's lonely down inside this boat, with a diver helping me to pull. Yes, he is. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Touchdown brings me wrong yet to find. Not the manly thing I am at home. Oh no, no, no. I'm a fake it man. Fake it man. Making up a story every night. Mars ain't the kind of place where you want to feed your kids. In fact, you have to grow potatoes in a pile of your own food. I don't know, I'm just acting fucking crazy.
Good stuff.
So I got a little something, if you don't mind if I play it real quick. A little song I wrote in 2018 called The Bridge. Let me see if I can find it right here in my folder. And this touches on all the topics that we like to talk about. And here it is. I put this on and now let me just give a disclaimer, everybody. I know I'm not a rapper. I fucking suck and I have no musical talent. But you know what? I think it's cool to make a song just like Dave just did. So I made a song in 2018 shortly after I launched my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel's been around for long before that, but launching it as, putting live streams and stuff like that on it. So let's have a listen.
Where is it?
Oh, you don't hear it, do you?
No.
Oh, fuck me. Hang on. Shit, dude. Hang on.
Meanwhile,
oh, what did I do? I forgot I didn't have my audio routed.
David played and it plays alone, but you don't really care for music, do you? Did you find it?
Wow. Yeah, you know what happened, dude? It was fucking weird, dude. No, I didn't route my audio, so I'm gonna do like a screen share and like do the share audio thing, which is like weird to me because. All right, I'm gonna do a screen share now.
I'm waiting on it.
I'm trying, bro. I'm trying.
I'm waiting on it, man.
I know I'm having so many issues right now. I had a couple beers after work, Dave, and I'm fucking not really on top of. and I'm not really.
Drinking
I'm not really.
Man, I quit for like 5 days.
Where'd he go? Look at he just fucking bailed.
Oh man, he disappeared. Yeah.
Here he goes. Now it says there he is.
All right, hang on.
Oh shit! There goes my lighter. How'd that happen?
Yeah, I know. What a fucking train wreck, huh?
No, my lighter just fell, man.
Oh, here we go.
I put
Here we go. I got
Hotline
it.
for like 5 days, and it sucks.
Okay, here it is.
Tonight.
Hey, there's something.
You hear it, right?
No. No audio. No audio. Damn it.
You hear it?
No, I don't. Hold on.
Might as
There
well
it is. Start it over.
There you
Start
go.
it over.
In the midst of the great awakening, you're worried about.
Yeah. What up, nigga? Oh.
Happy to take on a role of the bridge to the communities. Might as well, since y'all want to try and walk all over me. In the midst of the great awakening, you're worried about who found it first. Drop your ego, cause it's not a blessing, it's a fucking curse. The real true detriment to this awakening
This is good, mate.
fighting over such petty things. It doesn't matter if you're 9/11, Mandela, or Flat Earth. Even if you talk about the alleged non-stop from Chile to Perth. Even if you know that no airplanes came even near the towers. By not researching other topics, you're only enabling the ruler's power. Hiding knowledge is how they got to rule over us. Yet even knowing this, amongst each other we still fight and fuss. It's time to stop the finger pointing, anointing someone as the next shill. You make baseless accusations, and you claim you took the red.
This is from 2018, guys.
I am the bridge. I'll help put together the puzzle. You have a piece, I have a piece. So why go and apply our own muzzle? Let's progress the conversations and ignore the trolls. We already know their stories are completely full of holes. Not their fault, it was pushed by satanic assholes. Let's pool our research and drop the infighting. We can clash down on these bastards like a bolt of lightning. I know your reality shifting around can be so frightening, but don't beat down our consciousness. It's in the process of enlightening. Here to fight for the cause, we are all soldiers. Let our voice be heard as we outnumber them, head over shoulders. There is no one ultimate truth. I thought that was 9/11.
9/11. So let's talk about this NASA and all the maskins of heaven.
We don't know what happens when we die, or how the celestial bodies even hang in the sky. Don't act like you know it all. You're starting to sound like Bill Nye. We need to know who put us here and why. Do you see what I'm saying? The game is far from over, and we're all still playing. In the grand scheme of things, we don't know shit. But at least we admit, NASA and this did the opposite. And with the truth, they always hit it. Our strength is the truth is on our side. So our differences are futile. These are the people that showed us ridiculous debris pile. Planer, no planer, dome or no doma. Who gives a fuck from here to Oklahoma? We know it's flat. We know it wasn't. We had our minds in a coma. We know we had been deceived. Time to have a triumphant battle like Superman, Chris Reeves. We don't have to sit around and sing Kumbaya, but open your mind and research more than one topic, would ya? It's all interconnected and essential to our progression. So I deal with all the infighting and pointless aggression. Voice your opinion, but respect others. And when you hear a topic you think is nuts, don't just hide under the covers. Where's your discernment at? Isn't that what you told that Globy when your gums were flat? Another thing you should know is we aren't having false memories. Trust your senses or get caught in their web and be stuck in their trenches. Hit enough down the fence for them to order us into some camp, give us some stamp on that shit straight out of Alex Jones' theme of Port Camp. Mark of the Beast, he already tracked like that. Don't believe me? Where the hell's your motherfucking cell phone at? I'm here to broaden everyone's horizons. If you don't agree with all my points, I'm just fine with it, as you should be. Able to sit down and still discuss it all with me. Sharing knowledge is the key, and ultimately how we're gonna finally break free. Like what I'm saying, I'm Brian Stavely, host of the rawest truth show around, Dose of Reality.
Nice.
That's my shitty vocals, Dave. It's fun though.
That was great,
mate. YouTube, just YouTube. Like they have like these beats that you can get that don't give you copyright. And I did like 3 or 4 songs. I did a Mandela Effect song called "Highly Affected." I did that one, and I think I did a couple more. Yeah, it's pretty cool, pretty fun. I know I don't have talent for it, but it was cool to do. I really do believe that, like, one aspect of it, I do have talent. I can write lyrics. Like, I can put some clever lyrics in these songs, but I don't have rapping's a little more talented than people think. I know people think it's shit and it's not music, but like to try and do that and pace yourself and breathe and put all that out in one track without like a professional studio chopping it up and all that, it's hard to do.
I don't know, man. I would have to say, like, dude, there's talent to like putting poems together and being able to like really put that together around a beat. And like I think people like ODD and Payday Monsanto, you know, people like that. I think they.
I'm all.
Yeah, hey, it's fantastic until they show up to your live event and they lip sync, right?
I love fucking up songs.
That's what ODD did. ODD did that. He showed up to Flat Toberfest and fucking lip sync. Yes, he did.
When did he do
No
that?
way. Milli Vanilli.
What year did he do that?
2021 Spartanburg. We had a huge festival, 400 flat earthers, and many people wanted to see ODD. He finally came out after like years of not being around. He was cool. He was a nice guy to me. We smoked the blunt in the parking lot, all that. But when he went on stage,
I met him
fucking
one time, man. He
lip synced all his music.
Really nice.
He lip synced all his song on stage rather than perform it from the heart, and that turned a lot of people around.
So I love fucking up songs, man. Have you ever heard that? You know that one by Patrick Swayze? She's Like the Wind. I really
Patrick Swayze sings.
Oh yeah, he did that song. It's She's Like the Wind.
I mean, I know that you would do the Patrick Swayze scene from Ghost. You and
I would do it
sound
with
and
you,
video.
Brian.
Yeah.
I would.
No.
Let's
not. Let's not say we didn't.
No, I changed.
You can do that with McToon. You and McToon can fucking make some play sculptures together. I could picture you with your hands around his breast from behind, Dave. I could picture you with
fucking top surgery.
He's definitely got some man boobs you can grab onto and rub clay on, Dave.
You want to hear how I fucked up his song? It's pretty good though. It goes like this. It goes, she's breaking wind on my teeth. She's breaking wind. It smells like cheese. She's got her ass in my face. Her booty close to me, gas rippling thighs. I can hardly breathe. Bits of stool and some corn pelt me upon my chin. She's breaking wind.
You guys are fucked.
You know, you've heard of a dad's joke. That's a dad's song.
Oh, that totally is. That totally is.
It's like Eddie Murphy material. It's a fuck game. You play one day, son.
Dude, Dave's my favorite uncle that isn't really my uncle. You know what I mean?
I'll never leave your pizza burning. Right? Gotta get in.
I'll never leave your pizza earthen.
I'll never leave your pizza.
When I think about you. I can't do that one. Not on here. I'd get a strike. That one. What I like about you is when you're giving head, the tongue go up, down, all around, make that motherfucker turn red.
Can you rap some Two Live Crew for us tonight? You seem to be heading in that direction.
This is Luke Skywalker. Hey, we want some.
I guess he can.
Dude, I listen to fucking hip hop in my Jeep.
I know you do. I was so surprised when I like posted some DMX and you were like, dude, I love DMX. And I'm like, what the fuck? Look at this guy. This guy likes DMX. That's weird, dude.
I know, man. It blows people away. I come rolling up and I'm fucking cranking out some fucking hip hop in my
By the
Jeep.
way, DMX was a lot of people know he was like a preacher kind of before he died or whatever, and he got out of rap. And I have several videos of DMX, a few shortly before he died, quoting certain Bible scriptures such as Hosea 4:6. My people perish for a lack of knowledge. It's never said that now in this reality.
Who says this? You better leave your pressurized pizza dome model. I don't live on a fucking model. I live on the earth, man. I don't know where you people live.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Models. Hey, how about this? Ready? I'm going to trigger people. I'm gonna do a video soon. I'm gonna tell you the title of the video. Fuck it, I'll spoil it now. It's gonna be called The Fucking Antarctic Ego. Like all these people, and no offense to anybody, because I know so many people think they got it figured out. None of us got it figured out.
No.
All the Earth models and all models of reality are wrong in some way or another. Just saying. So we shouldn't be so fucking mad at each other because we don't know shit.
Brian, you just triggered me.
Oh, we should.
You
We're
just
making
triggered me, Brian.
Why?
Commercial sound video was thought that
Because
was
there
pretty
is
funny.
a model. And
What
you
is
just
it?
You just don't understand it yet.
Oh, I
You gotta
guess
look
I.
into it. You got to look into it.
Well, that's fair.
I think it's hilarious.
Oh man,
though.
man, no.
It's tragic. Listen, it's tragic and at the same time comical to watch all these people tripping over their dicks over something that hasn't even fucking happened yet. You know, this is the kind of thing I try to break people away from. Is this, stop.
Yeah, it's
Man,
fucking
take
ridiculous.
a look at the
It's
bigger
fucking
picture.
ridiculous.
Look at the show, right? It's like with this dumb shit they're pushing on everybody right now about this fucking bullshit with, Trump, Harris, and everything. Get the fuck out of here with that crazy goddamn show. I mean, here's what I think's funny. Ain't neither one of them worth a motherfuck, but they both got like some kind of cult of personality that they can neither one do any harm. I got lambasted by fucking Trump tards for asking them how come they're not upset for him lying about getting shot. What do you mean? I mean, I said because it's like a 80-year-old dude, man, that regenerated fucking cartilage out of nowhere. What the fuck?
Yeah,
what are you talking
Playing
about?
golf the next day.
Oh, he went to sleep in a Bacta tank with fucking Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah.
Yeah, he fell
Oh,
in
you don't understand. I had people say he had
Dave, you just don't understand the ways of the Force, man.
he used plastic surgery. They used makeup, all this other shit. And I said, he didn't get fucking shot, dude. What about the picture of the bullet in the air? I said, that's another problem.
That's hilarious.
That's another
Well, like
fucking
I said-
problem right there.
Well, like I
We got
said,
all
day
kinds of-
one.
We got photographs people have taken, journalists and everybody else in the middle of fucking hot war zones.
I didn't even know that somebody claimed to have a photograph still framed of a bullet going the speed of sound in the air. I didn't even
And
know
you know who
that
that
was.
was?
Yeah.
Hey, you know
And it was the same guy. Yeah.
And get
and
this.
Was it
the
Neil
same guy.
deGrasse? Was it Neil deGrasse after he filmed his 4 9/11 jumpers? Or who was it?
No. Brian, get this. It was the same photographer that was taking the images of Bush when he was told about 9/11.
Exactly.
In the classroom.
It was the exact same
My bed-
photographer in the classroom. The fucking bullet. It was the exact same photographer, dude. It's so fucking stupid.
Fuck
it's the
me,
dumbest
man.
story in the world.
You know what? They
my
put this
God.
shit out. They put this shit out to just have a laugh amongst themselves.
Of course they do.
How stupid people
Yes.
are.
And not just that, they put this shit out to get us to go down all these different bullshit rabbits. I'm not saying, listen, we should want to know the truth of the earth. We should want to know the truth about JFK or 9/11 or all this. But they put all these bullshit fucking rabbit trails out to consume us into one way or another validifying this shit. And I know most of the people here aren't falling for it, but that's always the game.
Well, just hours after this supposed event, all of a sudden on Twitter and shit, you see, this guy showed up in a fucking BlackRock commercial. Now, first of all, I've never seen a BlackRock commercial, and if I did, I didn't pay any fucking
I
attention.
didn't know they advertised. I thought they just owned everything and
I
told
didn't
everybody to
either.
fuck themselves.
Anyway, he appeared in this BlackRock commercial for a very brief period of time. I mean, like less than a second and a half. Yet someone had saved the video or knew the commercial and was able to go, hey, I remember seeing this guy in a commercial and putting it out on social media. Yeah, right. Sure. Right. Here's a rabbit hole to jump down. Oh, look, newly released body cam footage. Oh, you mean a month later we have new body cam footage, showing.
It's like those 9/11 second plane videos that are coming out in 2023.
Yep. Clearly.
Oh, we just sat on this VHS for fucking 20 years and
Right. That's what I'm saying. If you had,
And I happen to be a firefighter. My brother's in the CIA. You know.
Yeah, I know. Oh my God. Oh, my family works for the FBI. He saw the bodies. Fuck you, Mr. B. Idiot. I saw him on another stream.
Oh, that guy. Is that guy still around? I forgot about that guy.
Yeah, I saw him on another stream not long ago, but he was going by a different name.
I forgot that he told me that. And do you remember those Gypsy Road guys that were like all about the Mandela effect? They went on a few times. And then like all of a sudden that he's telling people he was at ground zero pulling bodies out of the debris pile. And it's like, dude, you interviewed me on 9/11, not just the Mandela effect. And you never brought any of this up. The other day they did a video where they were talking about NASA finds like, I don't know, dude, like this underground cave system on the moon or some shit. I'm just like, wow, dude. These people are fucking delusional.
You know about anything behind this, Brian? I know you know
Sure.
Karen, and she's pretty cool.
Yeah. No, I know.
Your commercial, what's that about?
Yeah, Bolton's Grill. They do a hamburger commercial that they're in the Carolinas that he airs on his Strange World show.
Yeah,
And
yeah. Is that
I don't know much other than the commercial's fucking stupid and they promote some alien shit in it. But like other than that, I don't know much about it other than it's a local North or South Carolina like food truck or food company that got him to promote the video.
okay? Yeah,
Mark, I like Mark. I've hung out with Mark. I'll give my opinions. I know people want to probably hear. I do like Mark. I think Mark's done a lot of great work for Flat Earth. But Mark and, I disagree on definitely some key points. So one of them would be all media and all coverage is good media. And I disagree with that. So, he's done some commercials and things I wouldn't probably do myself. But I do think Mark is for the truth. So, I might have some people call me a shill for that. Whatever. It's cool. I'm fine with it. I really don't care what the fuck people think anymore at this point. I've been doing this for 15 years, and I was in the trenches long before the Mandela effect and long before the flat earth communities came along. I understand how all this shit works, and I'm just it is what it is, man.
Well, listen, I get called a shill all the fucking time. Even though I don't even fit the definitions of it because I'm not monetized. I don't sell any merchandise. I don't promote anybody else's merchandise really at all. I mean, if they have a cool shirt or something and I notice it and I say, hey, this is a cool shirt, you can get it from over here or whatnot. But I don't gain anything from this. Except every once in a while, I get a donation through Cash App from one of the people in my audience. Saddlebum has given me donations. Deborah has given me money. Deborah Clark, she sent me money before. Very grateful, and it's awesome. That shows me that they really appreciate it. But I'm not like I'm out begging. It's not like I'm out selling or anything. So I don't even fit the definition of a shill. I can actually make a case against myself as being a government agent. Absolutely. I'm prior military. I've got a top secret security clearance, or at least I had one at the time. I worked at
You got the fucking Bolton's Grill's fucking alien logo on your hat?
Yeah, right there. I live within an hour to an hour and a half or so from Langley and DC.
You had that sexual relationship with Brian Cox, which I thought was weird.
That too, where video available soon on VHS and beta. Okay, also available on disc, VHS and beta, and Super 8. We got black tape over our eyes though. So
Black Tom.
Black
Tom.
Yeah,
matters.
he had Black Tom all over his face.
Uncle Black Tom Hanks.
Yeah, Angela Baby Carson's bought a bag of dicks, but you didn't buy it off of me. You bought it off my wife.
Angela Baby Carson is pregnant of the bag of dicks you sent her.
No
but,
way.
And Sean Alke artificially inseminated the bag of dicks, but she's pregnant from it.
And there's a problem there. She could have actually fraternal twins, one black, one white. Because there was if I'm not mistaken, I believe there was a VPC in that package as well too. I know that Jehovah's Lovely Daughter Barbara.
Sean don't fuck around, dude. I mean, Yeah. He introduces some freaky things.
Well, you'll have to hit my wife for child support on that then, I guess. I don't know. I know I've got this dandy ass gravity pocket over here.
Can I address a comment? Dr. Bass Ackwards, or Dr. Bass, reverse psychologist, who made a comment and said, I still don't understand how Mandela effect can be a psyop. Yeah, because it makes no fucking sense for it to be a psyop. And here's the thing. There are so many people that investigate psyops, media fakery.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And where are the thorough breakdowns of this showing you how it's a psyop? There's none, because it's not a psyop.
Yeah,
that's for the pea brain.
You know, you got to be careful when something hits hot and hard. Like, for instance, you know, we've talked about that there are some strange, weird things going on with the sun. It's noticeable. We know this. The hue of it, not the same. The energy that we receive from it is not the same it's been in the past. Now, I don't know if that's a result of a lot of aluminum particulates in the air or not, but I have noticed a remarkable difference in the sun in the last, well, shit, my whole life. I mean, it's way different than it was when I was a teenager, and different than it was in the 80s. So I had this idea, man. I was thinking, maybe what if they did something to try to prolong everything? And there are like a few sun simulators going all at the same time, right? But they're rolling out these chemtrails and shit and blocking out the sky so that you don't accidentally see two suns at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I've been
Then I was
wondering about
thinking,
that.
you know, okay, that's kind of kooky, you know, but hey, you know, just throwing it up in my brain there. And I thought that's kind of kooky. And then I saw this picture came out on the New York Times showing like 4 or 5 suns somebody photographed in the sky.
That was fake.
Of course it was, right? Immediately. So what do I think that was published for? Why do I think that was put out? That was to put out so that if anybody does see multiple suns, they'll go, oh yeah, like that fake picture in the New York Post. Oh yeah,
of course.
Right.
Yeah.
See, that's
Yeah, like
it.
the
That's
Flat
how
Earth
they
Society.
do it. That's how they fucking do it, man.
Just like they say to you, Dave, oh, you don't believe you should wear a mask over your face? You're one of those Q MAGA people, right, Dave?
Yeah, I must be, obviously, because
You look like, I mean, I look at you, I think MAGA all day, man. Screams MAGA.
No,
I know. I'm just kidding, bro. I'm just kidding.
No, I mean, for real. This is what'll blow me away. I'll post something fucked up about Kamala Harris, right? And then I'll see the bunch of Trump tards liking it, right? And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, have you seen the rest of my fucking page?
Yeah, will we call you people fucking idiots too?
I'm just as brutal on the fucking Trump side.
You should be, because they're fucking morons. They're fucking idiots.
They're not even asking, why the fuck did you lie to us about getting shot, Nani? Why are you trying to make us believe that there's some fucking conspiracy with the Secret Service and the deep state and all this other bullshit? What is your game, bro?
Well, let's lay it out. So if the presidents really have power, like if you're for Trump, then you have to be for the idea that the presidents really have power. We'll play along. Let's say the presidents really have power. If the presidents really have power, this is the fuck face that fast forwarded the fucking vaccine program and told you to go get jabbed up, and he got it. It's fantastic. So fuck you.
Fucking warp speed, dude. Yep. Exactly.
Yep. So you take your pick. Is it fake, or is this guy have power? Because if he has power, he's the one that told you to go get jabbed up. How much of a bitch are you?
He's still bragging about it.
They've got their talking points for that, though, Brian.
He is still
They've always got an answer for that.
And fucking JFK Jr. just came out in support for him.
No,
Just
fuck RFK.
Yeah,
Give me
that's
a
what
break,
I'm saying.
dude.
Like, dude, but that's in the media fucking today. RFK Jr. dropped out of the fucking race, and he's supporting fucking Trump now.
Yeah, you know what? How about this? All the fucking Kennedys can suck my fucking dick.
Yeah,
Fuck you.
Exactly. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. What the fuck, man? Like,
right,
see
an
this shit,
anti-vaxxer.
it's bullshit.
I
It's
get
all
you, bro.
bullshit.
We'll fucking dig up the corpse of JFK if he's even dead.
Dude, anti-vaxxer's my fucking ass, dude. RFK's not an anti-vaxxer.
No,
You
he's
know
not.
that he would. yeah, he fucking did not allow people to come over to his house for house parties that did not get the COVID-19 vaccination. And I did not mean to say that.
Oh, hey, remember my final experiment point that I
You know
forgot?
what I'm saying, but
Yeah.
I got it. It came back to me.
You're all right,
Is there
man.
gonna did Will Duffy already make film deals? Are they coming out, and do the people participating all know about it? Thoughts?
He said no. He was asked that.
I don't give a fuck what he said. What do you think? I heard what he said. I
think
heard
he's
what
a
he
fucking
said.
snake. I think he's a snake. He's got to be getting something out of this. There's got to be some return for spending. What is
I
it,
think you'd be
35?
crazy to think the deals aren't lined up, dude. Look how, I mean, come on, dude.
5 times 35K, right? So what do we got?
Yeah, well, we're up to like 170 grand or something.
170 grand with no return. Plus, that's just the fucking tickets. He said he'd pay for their fucking Arctic wear, for their plane ride there, so they can stage up on the plane the whole 9 yards. So it ain't stopped there. See.
Does anyone really think if they go down there and go to all this trouble, they're not going to come back with, "Oh, look, here it is. Here's we told you, 24 hours done."
No matter what, if it does go down and it's publicized, no matter what comes back will be, here's the 24-hour sun.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what.
I said, there's going to be some fuckery.
And all of those people going down there, they'll be like witnesses. Yep, here it is. We saw it. So,
well, I think there might be 24-hour light.
Whatever, they're going to
But
come
no
back and the
sun.
narrative's going to be flat Earth
Maybe no
done.
sun, though.
Yeah.
It's going to be on CNN. Look at these idiots. They were wrong. Here's this guy Whitsett and Jared, and they're being interviewed on Hannity and everything.
Yeah, it's probably where it's
going to
going.
be on Hannity and everything. I mean, if
It'll
they're
be on
Hannity
mainstream
and
media. That's why they're doing it. Like, there's been documentaries on mainstream and Netflix, and it's always made Flat Earth look stupid.
Yep.
And they've faked it as well.
This is part of the final offensive. That's what it is. Okay. And what I liken it to.
I mean, do you think it's about to open it up to the rest of the world and like?
No. Look at.
prove
Here's
it?
what
I
happened.
mean, 'cause-
Are you familiar?
I mean, to me, it seems like they're trying to demonize it.
Are you familiar with the Battle of the Bulge?
Yeah, every day I wake up and like the bulge just keeps sticking up. I try to press it down. I'm like, not right now, man. Like people are gonna notice. You guys are
1940 December
No.
1944. December of 1944. The Germans were just about fucking whooped. The Americans were entering into the Ardennes forest because there was a final push by what was left of the German Wehrmacht
Yeah, that's what
to try to
Brian was just
repel the
saying.
Allied forces backwards. This is their final offense. This is part of it. This is why also you've seen all these unknown fucking people you never heard of all of a sudden come out. They got all these subscribers and they just, oh, this is why flat earthers scare me. I am a German.
Oh, that Sabrina something fucking bitch, whatever her name
She
was.
looks like Dr. Evil's helper.
She looked like Julia Child's ugly little sister.
Yeah. She has a hard
Nothing
time
else?
moving her bottom jaw, it looks like. She's like, this is why flat earthers hate, I scare me. And I'm like, never did get to the part where it scares her or and why. It probably scares you because you spent a fucking assload of money on nonsense knowledge and it's going to disrupt that. But you can bet, I think that that's the case, is that there's some kind of fuckery planned, because why all of a sudden is this year the big year that everybody, all these fucking people are going? Why? And it ain't just because of Duffy and putting a video out on YouTube.
They've been
He's
planning
certainly
for a
not
while.
reaching the population of the earth.
The other thing that I think is interesting about this whole flat Earth final experiment thing is like certain finer points seem to go ignored. Which, like, I heard Jaron do this whole stream the other night talking about Duffy, and the stuff came out about Enyart, but nothing came out about the fact that Enyart was so against FE fucking long ago, and Duffy had to know about it. And it was like this was completely swept under the rug, the whole conversation of this dude's stream. And it's like, this is why your audience gets mad, because you're like not even bringing up the finer points where it's like Will Duffy says he's new on the scene in the last 2 years. Well, how could he be when the guy that he claims is his mentor so much to the fucking point that he believes the firmament is the crust of the earth because his mentor said so, but you were to believe that he didn't get anti-FE vibes from that same mentor that talked about the firmament being the crust of the earth years before. That doesn't add up to me, bro. Sorry.
Mentor.
You know what else?
Not only was he a mentor, Duffy was his fucking producer.
Yeah. So how was he not anti-FE long before the 2 years that he claims when he claims he's new to the topic? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up, and it needs to be fucking addressed. Why are we glossing over it?
Well, he said
Bob Enyard had planned one of these.
The fucking the waters from below, from the oceans that are on the surface of the earth.
But that's not a common belief. Like there's the firmament, and then there's the argument the Globies will make, right? Oh, it's the great expanse. The flat earthers will say, oh, it's the crystalline structure or whatever. But nobody says it's the fucking crust of the earth. So now that we know that Bob Enyart, Will Duffy's mentor, has been promoting that, but we're to believe that Will Duffy believes that the firmament is the crust of the earth, but he's never heard of flat earth until like 2 years ago. I'm not buying it, bro. It doesn't add up to me.
I'm not buying it.
And why aren't more people addressing that? Why didn't that get talked about? Why doesn't that get talked about more?
We brought it up on Ironworks 92,000.
Oh, Dave, I know you did, and I know Nachiketa has, and I know you guys are button heads or whatever, but I know people have brought it up. But I find it weird that other people aren't like addressing that part of the connection, and that's what has the community upset.
Just to set the record straight, I'm not butting heads with Nachiketa. I just unsubscribed to his channel because he's allowed a Paul Unslaved type of crew to be the
Paul Unslaved, by the way. Hey Paul, if you're listening, you can suck my dick.
Yeah, mine too,
I'm really not going to entertain this upward moving earth fucking nonsense either. So whatever. I wish him well. I hope he does well on his channel and everything. But when you have somebody as your moderator with the name asshole in their name, there's problems, okay? Especially if that asshole assumptively believes that I'm somehow connected to the final experiment or to Jaren in any way other than our show that we do.
He's a fucking moron. And I know right now some people are starting to open up to him more because he's been questioning the sun and the path of the sun and blah, blah, blah. Make no mistake about it, though. Jake is a fucking moron and a drama queen, and he's always just leached off of other people. And he's called me a shill many times. Not that matters to tonight's show, but I will say, fuck that dude. I think he's an idiot. And these type of idiots are the type of people that make me not even want to be part of this community anymore, live streaming any of it, because it's all just dumb. I'm way past where these people are at. Jake's a fucking moron.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying he doesn't have any fair points. I'm not saying he doesn't have any fair points about the sun. I just don't know. But that guy's always been a fucking douchebag and a douche canoe.
People are not attracted to his material because of its intellectual value. Most of them are attracted to his material because it has a Jerry Springerish jive to it. In other words, there's negativity and attacking and drama and shit involved with it and calling people names and things like that. And it's there's a segment of the population that gravitates toward that. Unfortunately, it's a large section of the population, but this is why Jerry Springer and Maury Povich got such fantastic ratings. It's because unintelligent people talk about other people. Okay? Intelligent people talk about things.
Exactly, bro.
Well, Brian, Luke, Dave, it's been great talking to all you guys. I have to call it a night. But
all right, brother.
Appreciate you having me on. Much love to all you fellas. But
thank you.
Peace out. Look forward to talking to you guys soon.
See you, Matt.
See you, Matt. Thanks for coming up, bro. So yeah, when I see somebody who's been provably, have you seen Duffy's financial woes? Have you seen the shit he's got?
Oh yeah.
If I had that on my plate, I don't think there'd be, I wouldn't just be throwing fucking money willy nilly to, hey, who wants to go to Antarctica? And
Really, no, I don't really think too many men are gonna give other men 30 grand to just go to Antarctica. Like it's
no, you just
even if I was rich, why would I do that? Like it doesn't really.
You're
make
going to want a
sense.
return on investment, whoever's putting that in there.
Well, the return on investment is the fucking documentary that's gonna come out on Amazon Prime.
Absolutely. Yep. So yeah, I see him as a PR guy. He is he's a huckster. You know what I'm saying? He relies on this disarming little smile, and I'm a pastor at a church and shit. Yeah, right. So is my dog. Okay.
Well, Dave, I got to give you credit too, because you brought up some Mandela effect stuff to him, specifically the wolf and the lion, and he tried to evade that question like the plague, bro. I watched that go down. I saw that go down, and I'm like, props to Dave, man, for putting this on him. And that motherfucker did everything he could to not address the changes in the Bible too.
Yeah, realize. I think that's what you're seeing is based because I don't think that they have actually the parallels drawn correctly. I think that there's some fuckery about in the coordinate system and where things really lie when you're south of the equator. I really do. The meridians was one of the biggest problems to solve for celestial navigation, for naval navigation in the early centuries, like the 16th, 17th, and early 18th century. That was a problem. So, yeah. Let me see. Yeah, what I'm saying is this guy is with. I wouldn't trust the thing that there's not some kind of. I mean, we've caught the guy lying, and he just smiles it away, and he'll make some excuse for why it was necessary or some other shit. But you can't get out of these things about your story changing, about how you found out about flat Earth, and your reason for wanting to do this. Is the first video I heard of him was back in December, I think. November or December last year, talking about that he thought that flat Earth was drawing people away from the Bible, and he wanted to put an end to it. And I thought that was really bizarre, Yeah,
my whole take on that is shit, man.
That's some Jesuit.
You got a whole bunch of people arguing over their interpretations of the Bible, though. I just stay away from it.
Well, I mean, you're just from even looking at the literal sense, I can't see how somebody would think that a firmament meant the crust of the earth. That's the dumbest shit thing I ever heard in my life. I mean, it's just like, come on.
And it's so dumb and so obsolete, right, Dave? Nobody's ever said that. You've never heard it. But Bob Enyart also said that, who was anti-flat Earth a decade ago, and also Will Duffy's mentor, but will to believe that Will Duffy was anti-FE until 2 years ago. It doesn't add up. I can't believe that. And you brought this up. I mean, I wouldn't have known that if it wasn't for you.
Well, here's another thing that gets to me about it too, is the fact that Enyart was supposedly against Planned Parenthood and against abortion, vehemently so, right? To where he borderline called for violence on these institutions, which I don't agree with necessarily, but nevertheless, it doesn't matter what I believe. That was where he was at. But at his eulogy that Duffy gave at the funeral for Bob Enyart, he reiterates a story about Bob going to Bill Gates's house to have dinner. And that it was odd because Bill didn't have any furniture and shit. And I'm picturing people standing there with paper plates eating with Bill Gates or whatever. And I'm thinking, wait a second, this is the eugenics guy whose parents found fucking Planned Parenthood in the first place. So
Microsoft.
what is this guy doing hanging out there, right? No, his parents helped found with along with Margaret Sanger the Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, Gates' father. Yeah.
Senior.
So, I'm wondering why this anti-abortion guy is hanging out with eugenics people. What's really going on? And what I see is just like, hey, that's weird. I went by the steakhouse the other day and I happened to see Hulk Hogan and Macho Man enjoying a steak and beer together. Now, how did they not hate each other? That's fucking weird.
Hey, did you guys ever see just before before Trump got elected, and every time they have an election over your way, they have a big dinner, and it's the local diocese of the Catholic Church and the top cardinal, who apparently, if you believe some people, is the most powerful person in the US, which stands to reason. And that particular night, they had Trump and Hillary. It was a Trump and Hillary roast. They both got to roast each other, and other people roasted them. And Trump and Hillary were the best of mates. They were laughing at each other's jokes, and it was just obvious that they were very tight.
Yep.
Do you have a link to that, Seeker?
I'll have a look.
Seeker said that Russian Vids just made a video about how Jake is a fake.
Well, he did that. So, but he's been doing that repeatedly for years. Yeah.
Isn't he the one that thinks that anybody that fucking scratches their nose must be Illuminati and shit?
Well, yeah. Well, Russian Vids has some good stuff. So I'll speak first. I know Luke wants to chime in. I've known RV for a while. It's disappointing when he goes and calls every single person you could fucking probably imagine a shill, right? Now, of course, some of those darts are going to hit the board, right? So when they do, people are like, oh, well, he called these people a shill.
A broken clock tells the correct time twice a day.
Yeah.
Right?
So my take with RV is like, he's really good at breaking down. I'm a media figure guy. In fact, I'm one of the original guys a lot of people would tell you. RV's good. He's very good, very thorough breaking down fake events. But he's so lost in the sauce with calling fucking everybody you can imagine a shill. And when he does, so back in the day, like, so you're kind of new to Dell and this whole thing, Dave. But RV has had a thing with Dell for a while. And RV used to always point out Dell's, the way he's holding his hands, or people are holding their hands in the video, or Dell's tattoos and this and that. And it's like, bro, you've never even shown your face though. Like, nobody knows what hand signs you're making, or nobody's screen grabbing stuff from your videos because you never show your fucking face. And his defense will be like, well, Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson show their face. Does that mean they're legit? No, but it is a little weird. And he might even be listening to this. And I do like RV. We've done many streams together.
I've watched his material a long time.
So RV's trashed everybody. Sorry, go ahead.
I stopped watching him and that Richie from Boston character when they started up with that shit. That everybody that has they screenshot them with their hand in a certain way and says, "Oh, that's proof that they're with the Illuminati and shit." And I'm like, "Holy fucking guy! The guy was scratching his nose for crying out loud! What the fuck?"
Yeah. So
and what that is, real quick. That's the old Soviet air defense doctrine. Their whole air defense, was based on if you throw enough shit up in the air, some of it's going to hit something. But the problem is that shit that didn't hit something comes the fuck back down. See? So I think.
Well, I mean, yeah. So I kind of, I was doing a lot of shows with RV in a few years, like 2019, 2020, 2021. Man, I'm sorry though, but once I kind of disconnected to him once he said that my friend Mac's death was fake. Now I know people might say, well, Brian, you're emotionally attached and blah blah. I'm sorry, guys. People actually do die in reality. Like, I don't believe in the fabricated events that they give us, but people do get old and like die, and including truthers. So I do believe that Mac is dead and Bob is dead and Rob Skiba is dead, and RV will go on and try and convince you how this is some sort of psyop, and it's like, to prove what? Like, Bob faking his death or Mac faking his death is doing
Why?
what?
Right?
It's doing
Why?
It's doing absolutely nothing. And then we'll come back to where I'm going to come back to. And people in the chat can be triggered. The flat earthers that watch us after can be triggered. But I know damn well that people like Russian Vids, Jeranism, David Weiss, all these flat earthers, they know the Mandela effect is very real. They deny it.
I know.
And and it is what it is. And it's not only is it frustrating, it makes me want to disconnect from all these people, because I can't respect their integrity when they deny what they know is real because for some reason the Mandela effect affects their flat earth belief. And whatever, bro. All this stuff exists in reality. I know the earth isn't moving. I know it's stationary, but I also know reality's fluid. What the fuck is wrong with all these people? I hear, and people promote Bot Sabrell, and I hear Bot Sabrell come on with Russian Vids, and they do these videos, and they repeatedly quote Isaiah, the lion and the lamb. Now, since I called them out on it, I hear Bot Sabrell come back on Russian Vid shows talking about it can be the lion or it can be the wolf. And he's only doing that because I fucking called them out on it. Why is it okay for people to be frauds about the Mandela effect, but just because they beat their chest about flat earth, they're some sort of heroes? I don't want nothing to do with it. I'm just going to be me. I love the work Jaron did in the early years about the flat earth. Great videos. I love some of the stuff Russian Vids have done. I love some of the stuff Eric Dubé's done. I love some of the stuff Mark Sargent's done, who doesn't deny the Mandela effect, by the way. Although I do think he kind of insults it in certain ways, in certain points. But why am I going to keep like regressing myself to come down to these guys' level? So like people like Russian Vids and Jaron and Austin and all these people, I don't give a fuck what they see about the sun. They're only flat earthers. They don't even recognize reality's fluid. You need to step your fucking game up before you go to try and tell me what reality is. And I am a little buzzed right now. I'm going off, but I don't care. I wanted to let all this out. I do like these guys, and I actually don't think these guys are shills. But like these type of personalities and the way people worship these guys and the physical only reality, I need to separate, bro.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like we've all got these different views and shit, but somebody to pretend like they don't notice it once it's pointed out. That's somebody who's worried about what the fuck somebody else is going to say about it, right? They're worried about, oh, that might half my audience might think I'm fucking crazy or some shit like that. Well,
I think
I'm one of those people. I don't give a fuck. Let me tell you what, when I first started my channel, it didn't take me long to get my first 1,000 viewers, my first 1,000 subs. Not at all. And one night, somebody noticed a Gleason's map in the background. I didn't even talk about flat Earth. And they said, oh, look, Sav thinks that the Earth is flat. And I said, I don't think the Earth is flat. I know it's flat. I didn't give a fuck. I knew that was going to piss off a lot of people. And you wouldn't believe there's a lot of people that says, I used to like Sav until I found out he was a flat earther. So I unsubbed. And I was like, okay, I don't care. I don't fucking care. I'm going to say what I say. And that's where I'm at. If it puts sand in your ass crack, I don't fucking care. It's too bad. You know, you don't like it, don't watch. I don't need you here anyways. It's like, that's why I wonder why these people will come out of the woodwork and purposely go onto your show to argue and yell at you in the chat. You know, I mean, that you had to go through effort for that. So what was the motivation behind it? Is it anger caused by the fact that your belief system is so fucking weak that as soon as somebody checks for any chinks in the armor, you flip shit? What's wrong? What are you so afraid of? That's the thing.
Yeah,
I
so
I say that at courthouses. I go to the courthouse and they got all them fucking ridiculous metal detectors.
I want to address the chat. I see Dave in the chat said, I never said the Mandela effect is not real. Get your shit straight, Brian. Dave, I'm not coming out of you. In fact, personally, out of people in the community, I actually like you higher than most people. But the way you always present it, it's never fucking serious. And it's always like this little slight against it, as is with most of the flat earth community. It is what it is, man. Why is it, Dave? So you promote many topics on your app, for instance. You'll promote all sorts of shit, including fake AI generated videos from Antarctica with no discernment, but nothing about the Mandela effect on that. Hey, it is what it is, man. So I just need to disconnect from people because flat earth is just the physical reality. But the reality is much deeper. We're in a fucking fluid reality. And I've been dealing with people that have been trying to just bring people back to the fucking, it's the earth is flat and that's all that's mattered. It's stationary, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to go off for a minute. Hold on. I'm going to go off for a minute because Dave, at fucking Flattoberfest, I said right to your face, this guy Tyler is here to troll us. And you told me, no, this dude is legit. And what did he do? He trolled us, took his fucking shirt off, and made a fucking scene at the event, bro. What do you want me to say? It is what it is, man. I'm sorry. Reality's fluid. Reality's fluid. So when are the flat earthers going to start to fucking acknowledge it?
I just wanted to welcome Dave. I didn't see him in the chat there. But you know, listen, I see that too. There's some people, but the thing is that I think that maybe people aren't really sure. They see that there's some changes here and there and whatnot, and they don't really look into it, and they don't really consider the profound impact of what that means, especially when you really look into it. And it's exactly like you're saying. There's somehow our reality is fluid, man. When you have things that you are hardcore pressed and know is a certain way, and it's all of a sudden changed without anybody even coming in your house or anything. A friend of mine just recently, her favorite book, The Portrait of Dorian Gray.
That's right.
She had that on her shelf there, and she was doing some cleaning, and she went to move her books, and she looked, and it now said the picture of Dorian Gray, and she goes, what in the fuck is this? And she came right to me, and she goes, my book changed. And she says, which one? She goes, Dorian Gray. I says, let me guess, it says picture now, right? And she goes, yes. I said, what the fuck? I know. How does that happen? Somebody sneak in your house, Mandela burglars, I think Brian calls them. They come in your house and fucking swap it out.
Yeah, man.
And that don't make any sense. There's something really profound and strange.
Not only does it make any sense, bro, fucking reality is fluid. Physical matter in this reality is changing retroactively all the way back to its origin point, and I'm supposed to fucking ignore that. We're all supposed to ignore that. And for 10 years, people have been beating the drum how the fucking earth is flat.
You know,
we don't live on a globe, bro.
Brian, another aspect of it too is that's actually, for some people, that idea is fucking bone-chilling frightening. And they don't want
But so is the flat earth. That's my thing. It's like, so is the flat earth. And it's like, you guys are just like those fucking people. But you're just a few years behind.
When you yell, it like bleeds over the mic. Sounds really bad, dude. Back away or something with it if you're gonna yell. I'm just saying it's like buzzing and buzzing.
Yeah, but I don't care. I don't care about the Dolly's braces crowd anymore. All these people will admit that Dolly had braces, but they don't think that it needs to go any further. And the Mandela effect's this kooky, quirky thing. The Mandela effect's the biggest fucking thing ever. The Mandela effect proves creation. It's not just stories about creation.
Dude, I can really, that thing about that one right there, the Dolly's braces. Now, let me tell you something about that. How deep of an anchor memory that is. Because I can remember vividly, like I can actually see it, because I was in the theater with my little brother and my dad. My mom didn't give a fuck about James Bond, right? So the three of us went to the movie to see James Bond. And We're watching the thing, and when she smiled, and because she had braces, because everybody's in fear that he's going to attack her next, right? He's been on a rampage, and then she looks at him and smiles. He sees the metal braces on her teeth, and it's like automatically a love connection. It's like,
yeah. So let me ask you, how are people like Owen Benjamin? How are people that these people promote like Owen Benjamin any different than people like Mick Toon? They're the same fucking thing.
Let me finish with why I know that's such an anchor, is because when that happened, I remember I looked right at my dad and he looked back at me, and we both just kind of gave him this, oh, come on, right? Because then that Love's theme music starts playing, and you automatically know without it being said, it's all visual, that they had a love connection because they both had metal teeth. And so when I find out, I was like, okay, so the first thing I thought when I heard that, I thought, okay, they edited the movie, right? But that's not the case unless they broke into people's houses and edited their fucking movies. That's what Pepsi Man, that's one of them that Pepsi Man found in real time on a stream that time, because he had the entire Bond collection. I said, put that in and take it up to that scene and see. And he says, son of a bitch, what happened?
And I'm sorry, Dave. I got real excited and I didn't mean to cut you off, bro. Like, I know it's your show, and I try not to do that.
Man, I understand you're passionate.
No, but it's been a decade, bro. Yeah, and I've been dealing with this, and it's like we've been the redheaded stepchild of the truth community, and it's like we're really the biggest thing of all time.
All right, Cage, I'm gonna let you come up here, but we don't want to hear about the fucking simulation thing. So if anything you have to say about the simulation shit, I don't care.
And let me say before you introduce Cage, Dave, I do consider Dave a friend of mine, and Dave, if you'd like to come up, we can talk about this as well. But I do think the flat Earth community for years has been gatekeeping the Mandela effect, slighting it, doing these little backhanded comments, and most of y'all are in the Dolly's braces crowd. And when you guys all run around and call everybody baby truthers for not realizing the Earth is flat, I'm like, okay, well, I'm swimming in the kiddie pool with all these motherfuckers because reality is fluid. And, I just continually show that. Cage, what's up, man? You want to come on here and troll, or what do you want to talk about?
Oh, it's muted. Yeah, what's up, everybody? I was going to bring that up. Thank you for having me. What's up, Brian, Luke?
Hey, man.
Let me see if I can mod your mic. Oh, no, he...
Hey, Sov, by the way, I sent you that Trump-Clinton Catholic dinner thing.
Okay, cool. Where is it? In my email?
Email and in the chat.
Oh, okay. In the private chat. Cool. I can get it from there a lot easier. Oh, which one? The first one or the second one?
The first one's the Jake video, and the second one's the dinner.
Oh, okay, cool. I want to bring them both up.
I love how planets is in the Bible, but flat Earth has said for years that it wasn't in there. I love that Mandela effect.
Well, I've got on that one as well.
Yeah, and I love how Rob Skiba, who so many flat earthers promote as this biblical cosmologist, did biblical cosmology presentations, and his main talking point was the word planets doesn't even exist in scripture. And then when I pointed out that it's in there now, I'm some sort of fool. Sorry, man. You guys are in the kiddie pool.
Oh, yeah, I've seen this before. The Trump roast Clinton at the Al Smith charity dinner. Put with the Catholics sitting right there. I know what you're talking about. I watched that.
Yeah.
And this is where I found out, where I figured out with this fucking guy, right? This was when I was figuring out that this motherfucker's in on it all himself too. Okay.
Best
He's
buddies.
all part of it. And I was like, because all through going to get elected, right? What did he do? He went, he said, it was all everybody out there chanting, lock her up, right? And then he comes out on stage after winning the election. He comes out to one of his talks, and everybody's in the crowd yelling, lock her up. And he says, oh, we don't care about that anymore. They're good people. We should leave them alone. Like, hey, we're already in now, so fuck those guys. It doesn't matter what we said. That was just campaign bullshit. Now I'm the guy, and here's, you look at where this dude, it's like, what the fuck is their long game? You know, because you know that this whole last election was a sham, and they're all shams, but they made this one blatantly obvious, right? And I'm just wondering, you know, and I know that Trump was in on his own defeat. He was in on it too. He didn't even hardly protest about it at all. He was like, oh, well, hey, it's not, you know, this is how it is. His lawyers protested. That's it. Didn't go very far at all.
The pillow guy.
Yeah, the
And the
pillow
Kraken
guy, he
lady.
went out there and mouthed. But the only one that wasn't really mouthing about it was the guy it affected the most, and that was Donald Trump.
It was very quiet, and that's unusual for
boy,
Trump.
and every damn thing that he predicted during the campaign happened exactly in the order he said it would happen, exactly how he said, like he was fucking Nostradamus or something, right? That should show you that this is set up. This is being done on purpose. This is a fucking stage show, right?
Oh,
And
the
so
world's a
I don't know
stage,
what
of course.
to do. They could go run a two ways, because it ain't going to be any better, or it ain't going to be any better. It can only get worse if you put anybody in. So what do? We put in a lame duck president that gets the approval of everybody to go ahead and just do whatever the fuck he wants to, constitutional or not.
Well, Dave,
Or do they piss everybody off and cheat again and put Kamala in there anyhow?
Dave, if it's a stage, I'm sure you know. We all know about collusion, right? They're all working together in the background. It's a fucking goddamn clown show, and they want your attention and your energy to be put into it. That's pretty much what the is.
Look here. If I was Trump's opponent, I'd be out there going, hey, why'd you fake like there was an assassination on you, man? Why did you fake getting shot, motherfucker? What's up? Show us your fucking ear. I want to see it up close. Let's see the damage to your fucking ear, right? I want to see this shit. I want to see the actual autopsy photos from this guy that supposedly got killed, right?
Well, yeah, and wasn't Trump knows Vince McMahon, and they do that WWE thing, and the WWE they're taught to cut the top of their like hairline or their ear. That ear bleeds like a motherfucker.
It's called,
with a small incision.
blading.
You know?
Yeah, it's called blading, right? Okay, so now here's how you know everybody's in on it, right? Because now even like they're playing like, oh, look, there was security breaches by the Secret Service. They could be infiltrated by the deep state and shit. I mean, Farmer Jack with one fucking eye could see those obvious security breaches. So this was all planned, man. This was all planned. Even the little rabbit holes that they're giving everybody.
Of course, it's all planned.
Everything.
The idea of a president was planned.
Yep.
It's always been a plan. And fuck you people that say JFK was the last good president. You fucking morons.
Bro, they've all been working together the entire time, really.
They try to make
outta
you think that everybody in the country was sorrowful and mournful over the assassination of JFK. That's not true. There were a lot of people that were jumping around with joy for it because they couldn't stand the fucking guy. I'm for real. Far right people were like, good, that Catholic son of a bitch, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, liberal bastard. It serves him right, blah, 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 right? We're only told the story, but the reality of it is that right there. It was divided. People's thoughts on him were divided here. The reason he actually won was because of the woman's vote and the help of the mafia, of course, who he let his brother go right after as soon as he got elected. But that's a whole nother rabbit hole. But that whole thing right there is because the women voted for him. You want to know why? Because he was better looking than Nixon. That was their criteria. Just like these people saying, I'll vote for her because she's black and a female. Don't you think qualifications would be, I mean, let's just suppose your vote did count and that their presidency did affect you. Let's pretend like you really do have a participating part in it.
Thank God you just said that. Now I get what you're saying. Okay.
Would you hire someone for any job based on anything other than their ability to do the job?
People are bringing it's a goddamn shit show. It's fucking laughable. It's ridiculous. Like, you know, you think voting exactly? You think voting actually does anything at all? It's an illusion of choice. It's very apparent.
No. Voting does do something though. What it does is because you're registered and your vote is registered that you cast it. What that actually is, even though they tell you right up front that it has nothing to do with who gets into office, because
Why
that's
is it
done
called
at the Electoral
casting
College.
it? Why is it called
Gage,
casting?
don't interrupt me anymore, please.
Sorry.
So they've already told you that it doesn't count because it's up to the Electoral College, right? So why are you doing it in the first place? So what it's doing is showing that you have given your consent to the contract. And what contract is that? Whatever comes about as a result of the election, whether your guy won or not. Okay? That's what it is in a nutshell. It's your consent. So these people that say that you can't bitch if you didn't vote, wrong. You wanted this dumb shit because you participated in it. I didn't.
I have never voted in my entire life. I'm on that fucking
I made
shit.
the third choice, right? If you choose not to decide, you have made a choice, right? I'm taking the third option. I don't want either one of those fucktards, even if it did affect me, which it
Why do
doesn't.
they call it? I'm sorry to interrupt. Why is it called casting a vote? It's like casting a spell, almost. Is this some sort of fucking weird magical contract that they're trying to put you into? That's what I'm wondering.
Exactly what it is.
That's a damn good point. So it's a futile attempt. It's a pressure valve. It works as a pressure valve because the childlike minds of the people that cast their ballots believe that they actually are a participating part of this thing and that they're doing their democratic duty in order to, show the will of the people. Well, no, you're just giving your fucking consent for whatever comes about. That's all. Your vote don't count. Shit.
Exactly, and now it's a contract. It's some sort of a contract. It goes beyond even the physical. I'm telling you, it's some weird shit.
Would you give a shit? Would you give a shit, Cage, who became the CEO of Ford Motor Company?
No, not really. I don't think anyone does. They're still going to produce their cars. They're still going to have their cars on the road.
So, would anybody here give a shit who became CEO of Frito-Lay? No. So why do you give a shit who becomes the CEO of the Corporation of the United States of America?
That's a good comparison.
Corporation, it's not your land. It's not your land. It's not you. Okay. It's a corporation. And the only reason you're part of that corporation is because you identify yourself as a 14th Amendment slave citizen.
Do you guys remember when Concave Earth blew up in like 2018-ish, 2019?
I remember I started seeing more stuff about it then, but I dismissed it right off the bat. I thought no curvature means no fucking curvature either way, dumbasses.
But I was going to say back to the original point you were making, Dave, about why would you care about, the corporation you call the United States, like who's running it? Yes, that's collusion. There's a bunch of collusion going on in the background. And what is the use of that, right? I think it's to divide and conquer. Order ab chaos. Order out of chaos. Divide and conquer. Have people. That's the only way to. How do you control people? To control them, you have to divide them up in smaller groups: flat Earth, non-flat Earth, Democrat, Republican, all these different things. Religion. All these different things are used as divisionary processes in order to control people. That's the only way. You have to put them in smaller and smaller groups so they're easily controllable. Sorry.
I saw a great political cartoon. It had all these people with pitchforks and torches, and they're all gathered up in front of a castle. And the king is standing up on the top of the tower, and his guy looks at him and says, "Hey, all you have to do is convince the pitchfork people that the torch people want to take their pitchforks." Problem solved. Now they're fighting each other, right? Well, that's what they do with us right there. You're not paying attention. It's not red versus blue. It's not Democrat versus fucking Republican or any of that other nonsense. It's us versus them. That false left-right paradigm.
Flat versus globe.
Yeah.
It's the same tactic all the way through. You have to be like willfully compliant or just complete ignorant to not completely ignorant not to see this shit. It's so obvious. It's right in your face, you know. I think some people just enjoy it, you know. They just want to go along with it. That's it.
Yeah, well,
they're
again,
not that fucking dumb. People are on that.
Were you
stupid.
here? Were you here, Cage? Were you here when we showed the ash experiment?
No, I wasn't. I haven't been on for a while, man.
Okay, so earlier we showed the ash experiment, and the ash experiment was basically showing how people will conform, even though they know that what they're conforming to is wrong, just to go along with the group.
Yeah, the group thing, hive mind kind of.
Yeah. So, you know, because people don't want to be singled out, they want to be part of a group. That's just a natural need that we seem to have. So what he did was he had like 6 guys there, but 5 of them were not, they were like actors, right? The one guy was the only one in the experiment. And so what he'd do is the thing was they show a line on one side of the paper and then 3 lines over on the right side of the paper, and have to pick which one was closest to the line on the left. And these people initially, they picked the wrong line. And initially this guy, he was like, no, it's this number, right? And the next guy picks the same number as everybody else. Well, by the time they get through a couple of the examples of the test, the dude just starts going along with whatever the fuck everybody says, even though it's visibly wrong. And what's interesting is to watch the guy's body language, man. He gets visibly distressed. He's visibly distressed when he looks over at what the other people have said, and he's looking back at the line, and he goes ahead and says the wrong answer anyway.
Well, that shows how malleable people's perceptions are of the perceived reality, which is an illusion of their own creating most of the time. So it's kind of funny. Yeah.
Can I ask you guys a flat Earth related question? Dave and maybe Luke. Luke, are you there? Yeah, I'll be right back. I see Lucky's in the chat. Other people in the chat. I know David Weiss is there in the chat. Some other flat Earth veterans in the chat. I have a question about let me just, I want to state this clear for people that might have just tuned in. I do believe the Earth is flat and stationary. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of drama in the communities, and you might see me button heads with people and whatever. This is just what we do. Holy shit. Did I just fucking lose my thought again?
I think all the flat Earth people a fucking question.
No, I had a good question about the fucking flat Earth too, but I forgot. Shit.
Yeah, you're good. I'll come back, bro. That happens sometimes. It happens to everybody.
It happens to me a lot, dude, because we have so much fucking to discuss about it, you know?
There's so much information going through the mind.
I just want to be clear, like we cannot be one topic guys, and we all have our passions. Like I met Dave because I knew Dave was like, I don't know what Dave was from, but I knew Dave was like into common law and stuff. I was a 9/11 guy. Rasta Bear's a fucking Rasta guy. I see he just tuned in. A lot of us are flat Earth guys. Like all of this stuff fucking ties in together, you know. But like I find it weird that so many of the communities get into like this egocentric thing. And I'm not saying I've never been guilty of it, right? But we all need to drop it. Like, okay, the Earth is flat, the Mandela effect is real, the media is fake. Why do so many people fucking fight about it, right? Like, why do we fight about it when we all really don't know? You know, we don't know. I just want honesty from people. I want open conversations, and I don't want my views to be misrepresented. Other than that, man, we're all fucking good, you know?
Well, you know what? That's a universal.
You ain't remembered your question yet? You ain't remembered?
No, totally off track, Dave. I'm sorry.
You'll see that everywhere. It's not just any specific community. You can go anywhere online. You'll see the same the same thing happening everywhere. If you observe it, it's the same fucking thing, really.
Well, I don't have a whole lot of time for some of this drama and shit that goes on. Like the Jake the Asshole guy, he's tried to start some drama with me. I blow it off. I don't pay any attention to it. I don't even really fucking care. I figure anybody that's puts asshole in their name is already, you know, kind of like not somebody that I want to, you know, hang on with, you know? So, you know, these people, if they want to go on the Angry Scotsman and scream about his upward rising earth all fucking day, I don't care. I don't care about it. It's stupid. I don't even want to even entertain the shit. Okay. So I just do what I do. I'll hang out with a lot of other creators and shit like that. Does this mean that I agree 100% with what they think? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I have my own views. I have my own way of thinking. I enjoy these discussions, but as far as when it comes down to these people wanting to argue about shit, like everybody wanting to argue about what the fuck might happen in December. Look what that's done.
I think that shows a bitch. It shows a bitch move. If I was a Globie and I seen all y'all fucking talking about, it'd look like a coward move, bro. Stand on your. That's why I say, even though me and Jaron have butted heads on many things, I can't disagree with him for saying, "Hey, I'll fucking go." You know, like that's standing on his ground of what he said for 10 years, right? Whether it's right or wrong.
Yeah, I don't.
All right, but that doesn't seem like somebody who's really trying to learn and advance as an individual. If you're trying to stand on something from 10 years just because you have a hard head and you want to stand like that, and that's where your belief system is, that's like a stagnant pool of water.
No,
It's like water that's stagnant. That's not
Cage,
moving, not learning, not developing.
Cage, to be fair though, Jaron has claimed for 10 years there's no 24 Antarctic,
I'm not talking
24-hour
about
Antarctic
individual, I'm
sun.
saying in general. I'm not talking about, I don't even know who this person is. But
Oh,
what
I'm just saying in general, if he accepts the go, you might not know what's going on. A lot of people are shitting
I'm
on
not
this
talking
dude
about somebody.
for accepting to go, and I'm actually saying I get his back for accepting to go. I think that's what he should do. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, I'm not talking about somebody. What I'm talking about is
Brian,
you should be developed. Once you get locked into a set of belief systems, it's like stagnant water. It's no longer usable. You know, it's not going to be fucking drinkable after. You cannot water a plant with it. You cannot do anything. You cannot sustain life unless you have movement. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you could have a base or a structure, but you're always supposed to be building.
I'm like really confused. Dave, can you kill the music for a minute? Cage, do you even know what the fuck we're talking about?
No, I don't. But I'm just saying.
All right. I didn't think so.
I don't know these people or your drama or any of that bullshit. I don't listen to
Jaren's been going
them here on the panel.
What he's talking about is Jaren's been doing videos on the Antarctic sun for like 2 years straight, trying to find the midnight sun in Antarctica. And now all of a sudden he's on the bandwagon to go looking for it. So he's denied it for the longest time, but he's been looking for it. He's run feeds from Antarctica, couldn't find it, going around for 24 hours for years. And now all of a sudden they're going to go down there in 2024. Yeah.
He's also proven that flat.
Why are you trying to go to Antarctica? You have to master your mind into yourself and the inner world. It's all a projection of the self. It's like the first Kemetic principle, the universe is mental.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, Kate.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's ever going to Antarctica. I think it's
Nobody's going.
Yeah. Nobody's
Rossi,
going to
you're right.
Antarctica.
You're probably never
Nobody's
coming back. You think they're
Hey, nobody's going to Antarctica, just like you and David never doing that rap battle, you fucking cowards.
I want to see that. That'd be fun. I see Dave rapping.
No, Dave don't have to rap. Dave, I already told you. You can just play guitar and sing whatever.
Man. I know, we could just do a song.
I just want to say, Rasta Bear, you're the biggest shill I know, you fucking government agent.
I try really hard.
Can we please drop that, guys? Like, I know that they're, like, especially with, like, a flat earth, a Mandela effect, a 9/11, like, there's definitely going to be agents in place. Can we stop the paranoia? Can we stop calling everybody an agent that disagrees? Like,
right?
listen. There's guys in the chat that I disagree with a lot. I don't think they're agents. We just fucking disagree, man. It's fine. It's okay.
And I mean, honestly, I don't even care if they are or not. I mean, look at, like, you know, like I'm a Deadhead. You know, I grew up with like the Fish and Grateful Dead, and like they have obvious ties with, like, you know, the CIA and the Masons and all that. Like the whole they, you know, they created the whole boomer hippie generation, you know, with their ties to their agencies. And so, you know, it's like if people want to work for some agency or whatever, then let that be. You know, it's like it doesn't make me care any more or less. You know, it's like, but and you know, like anybody could be, you know, working for somebody. We'll never know. You know, let's just have a good time.
Well, here's the thing too. It's fucking getting nauseating. The amount of times that fucking word is just thrown around, people not even knowing what the definition of it is. Okay, that's the worst part of it. That's the worst part. They don't even know what the fucking definition of it is. All right.
Yeah.
But they go around, they keep saying it. And I think that's just the nature of a fucking parrot.
They haven't even looked into it at all. They have no clue what the fuck it is. You know?
And that's the thing, you know, like when you listen to Jaren defend himself, you know, and explain his case, you know, he makes a ton of logical points. You know, like it is his perspective on things, and if he wants to, you know, like cause all this fuss, it's not him that's doing it. It is the behavior of a lot of these, you know, people in the flat Earth community who are acting awful. You know, like most of these people that claim to be truthers or flat earthers, I wouldn't want to be around them because, like, they're
mostly fucking morons.
Yeah, they're morons. They're
see something that'll
creeps.
happen?
Like, I wouldn't want them around me or
happen?
my family. Like, they're oddballs. You know,
Let me
and
tell
like
you about what'll happen. These motherfuckers are just like, you know that song Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer? I'm sure everybody does, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So now here's this thing with Rudolph, Jaren, right? Okay. And none of the other reindeers, they laughed and called him names, and they didn't want to let poor Rudolph play any of their fucking reindeer games, right? They ostracized that motherfucker, right? Now watch if Jaren comes back and there is no 24-hour sun, then all the reindeer loved him, right? It's
of course.
That same thing. And what is that lesson of Rudolph really telling us? What it's okay to ostracize a motherfucker unless you can exploit them? What's up with that?
And Santa Claus is an exploiter.
I'm just saying, you know, y'all, a lot of people are giving Jaren a rough fucking way to go and shit. And it's like, look, do I know Jaren personally? No, I don't. Okay. I talk to Jaren often because we throw ideas around about what to do on this next show, which we've changed the format of. I think it's going to be really cool. It's going to be called Couch Lock and Couch Lock Chronicles. And it's going to be topic driven. It's going to be really cool. Anyways, I like talking to the dude, you know, just joking and jiving back and forth because that fucking guy's got a good sense of humor. We could play off each other really well. And, you know, so I'm looking at the dude's cool as shit with me and everything. Do I agree with everything that he's got going on and what he says? No, I don't. But is that a reason everybody want to fucking attack and shit? And stop speculating so much on what you think might or might not fucking happen. Just wait. Nobody is a goddamn Psychic Friends network over here. We don't have Dionne Warwick hanging out. We don't have Chloe and her magic fucking card. You know? Stop with that dumb shit.
Yeah, and the videos people, and again, you guys all know I butt heads with Jaren, but the people, some of the videos put out, like Level of Observer and all these videos, it's just like so cringe, bro. Your videos are just terrible. Like, you know, like bring up something better. Like, you know, if you want to call them up for something, come with something better, bro. Like, you guys just like,
But the
Damn,
thing that
bro.
really is cringe that like came out near the same time as this Antarctica thing is like there's a handful of people in the community, some of them are in the chat right now, that are starting to push this fucking elevator rising Earth thing.
Dave loves it. You got Dave ready. Dave loves it.
Dell's been doing that forever,
I'm so
dude.
sick of it because it's like a cult. They send
is a cult.
me
It
videos.
is.
They're like, just watch the video, and I'm like, I'm not gonna waste my time watching these videos. Why would I waste a second?
But
of my time?
remember, we all agreed earlier. We were talking earlier about the government and how we all know that. Isn't this also like this is a fucking psyop? All of this whole
Do you
conversation.
know what it is? Do you know what it's rising?
I'm telling you. Bro, listen,
design.
divide and conquer. And how do you do that? You have to label something and put a word to it.
I think you overindulge in nihilism.
Yeah.
It's obvious. It's ridiculous. I don't even understand.
Let me say one thing. Even though I disagree with Dell, Even though I disagree with Dell and I don't believe the Earth is rising, I got no problem with him doing experiments trying to figure out. I think that's cool, and I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Yeah, but we pulled them apart every time he puts one out, haven't we, Dave? Every time he puts out another one, it's just easy to pull apart his trick, dude. It's not hard. It doesn't work. There is no upward rising Earth at all.
There's no more, man. I mean,
and this is how everybody's still controlled, and nothing is going to happen, and no change will be made. It's all distractions, really. From
well, they're trying to
divide and conquer, auto ab KO.
I know.
Cage is right. The upward rising Earth. If you've got people who are new to the flat Earth or just being introduced to it, and they come onto a screen or a video, and it's people arguing about upward rising Earth, they're going, "What the fuck's going on here? This is I'm confused. See you later."
But it's
That's not confusion.
That's not really a fair point of view to new people, though, because like flat Earth would sound just as stupid to the new people. You know what I mean?
I'm talking about people who are open to the idea, and an argument about upward rising Earth is just real. It was confusing to me.
Listen, when I first heard about it was when I first heard about flat Earth. Somebody told me look into it, and I said, "Okay, fuck it, I'm going to look into this." And I went on Google and I typed in flat Earth. The first thing that came up was Flat Earth Society, right? And I'm looking at this thing, and then I ran across that where it said the upward rising Earth. And I just said, well, okay, that's just fucking stupid. And I threw it away. And it wasn't until another friend of mine told me, he says, no. Look, dude, that thing's a government psyop. Here, look at this. And I forget, what did he tell me? I think it was the 200 proofs Earth is not a globe. And I went through those, each one, man. I keep pausing it and I'm trying to refute it. And I'm like, fuck. It was blowing my mind, man. It was completely blowing my mind.
What I'm saying, to do this order ab KO or to do this divide and conquer tactic, what people have to do, they have to make groups. And how do you make a group? You have a globie, you call them a globie, right? You call them a flat earther. You call them a truther, or and anything else that's not a truther must be wrong and false. So this is what creates the dichotomy. It's all through the language. It's all through the Democrat, Republican, all that. It's all through the spelling. It's all done through the language.
And that's why 9/11 being a complete media fabricated hoax is a bigger truth than 9/11. Than flat Earth. 9/11 is a bigger truth than flat Earth being a complete media fabricated hoax. Because look how many flat Earthers still live in fear.
Why are you so fucking... you identify to a group which creates division. Okay, like
me.
This is what happens.
Yeah, you shouldn't take any labels. I agree.
I'm saying, this labeling of and creating words. That's what gives it like. That's what brings entity into form.
Holy fucking shit, Gage! Take a goddamn breath for a minute.
All right, no one's listening at all.
Damn, you keep just repeating the same fucking thing over and over.
I'm trying to fucking help, to be honest. My bad.
You're a nice guy, but you're irritating as fuck, man.
I know. The truth is irritating. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. It's what's irritating is you saying the same fucking thing over and over and
Don't
over
shoot
and
the
over
messenger.
and over. Like within the same 10 minutes.
Don't shoot the messenger, man.
All right, you've said it now. Stop. I've had to throw you off because you're irritating, Cage. That's why I've had to eject you before. Because you're irritating.
It's necessary. I'm sorry.
No, you're not necessary at all. Stop.
The Mass Vegan says, watch Jaren. The Mass Vegan says, watch Jaren get wrecked by Brother Sanchez. Now, Bro Sanchez has had some pretty cool flat earth stuff. But Bro Sanchez is not that smart either. He's off on so much shit, guys. Stop your fucking worshiping people online. Bro Sanchez is cool. I like some of his streams, but he's not fucking brilliant. I'm sorry.
Oh, so hang on a second. Where's Wally has this question. Gravity does pull down air. Why does it? No, it doesn't pull down air. And you can't prove it either. Why does
Give him a link.
It's up. It's pinned in the fucking chat. Why does a full scuba tank weigh more than an empty tank? Well, because you've increased the density by putting a compressed volume of gas within it, putting it in a state of disequilibrium. If you take the tank down to 14.7 pounds per square inch, it will register absolutely no weight whatsoever. So I don't know where you're getting at, that it's pulling down. Do you have any evidence of a downward exclusive pressure of air due to gravity? Where's Wally?
And who's the a-hole with the echo?
That's
I know who it is.
Hold on just a second.
And I'm surprised where's Wally still comes over here.
There, I fixed it.
He should stay home, dude.
Well, I don't care if he comes over here. If he wants to come on up here instead of typing fucking volumes of shit in the fucking chat.
The echo chamber.
Tell him to come in. This is not an echo chamber at all.
Increased density. Increased density.
That's what I don't understand about these rising Earth people is that we've invited them on numerous times to come on and explain their theory and talk about it, and none of them will seem to want to come on. And there's and I've tried to figure out if there's even more than like 5 of them that exist.
You want to hear something really interesting? Okay, fill up a fucking cylinder, a bigger cylinder, right? And then take that same volume of gas and put it into a cylinder half its size and watch it increase in weight. Why did that happen? Why do objects in a vacuum chamber weigh more when the medium is removed instead of less? Who is that echoing all the time?
It's that Rand.
It's just Rob, the guy. I'm pretty sure.
I wasn't echoing. I didn't echo the first time. That was my fault.
Shut the fucking YouTube off, bro. You're on StreamYard.
I did. I turned it off a long time ago. I was on my phone, and I want to get where's Wally in the chat. So I want to get him.
Wally, come up. Wally, come up and tell us why you love the globe. You know, and even though we disagree on the shape of the Earth,
why does it
kind
have
of
to be
agree.
one or the other? Why is it that dichotomy? It has to be flat or round. Why? Please explain that to me.
Why
There's no other option.
What was your question?
It's that simple, right?
Hold on, Cage. What was your question again?
Why does there have to be a dichotomy, just like in every other thing?
Okay. So go away now.
yeah, he sucks. He's just a troll. He comes from that whole Paul Enslaved cult where all those people are trolls.
Yeah.
And that's what they do, Dave. Dave, I don't need to educate you on it. You knew
I
before
know
me.
all about
But
those
like,
trolls.
I don't engage with those type of people because they all suck a fat dick. Right? Hey, Paul Enslaved, you want to keep calling me out why I won't go on your stream and answer to you because you're a fucking moron and you suck fat dicks and you're way beneath my level and you're like a decade behind. Thank you. Sorry, Dave.
Well, yeah. Listen, I don't have no time for that. And this guy, he just wants to come in. Everything that's said, he wants to say, "Oh man, it's not even real, dude. It's a fucking simulation, dichotomy of fucking hermetic principles, blah 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 blah." Shut up. I'm tired of you now. You know? And then they want to act offended by it, and I'm like, "Motherfucker, you came in my house."
Dude, that dude's like just an angry fucking redhead that lives in his girlfriend's trailer trying to tell people how to live their lives. And it's like, bro, he even made a video saying like, me, Brian Staley, would be the first one to cower down if they re-enrolled these pandemic type enrollments. And I'm like, dude,
I was the one taking all the flights with no fucking mask. Where were you? Like, fuck you. You had one traffic stop video that went viral and now you're a superstar. You're just an angry redhead. I want everybody to share this to him, please. Paul Unslaved, you're an angry redhead retard.
Oh, he ain't
that
watching.
is.
He ain't watching, dude.
Oh, no. But some people said it to him. You can suck my dick. I will never do a show with you. You are beneath me. Your content sucks. And no, I'm not a bitch. And no, I don't need your videos to be a man. I don't need people like Brian O'Shea telling you they'll suck your dick and hope you'll impregnate their own girlfriend because you're a bigger man.
Brian, make a video.
Sorry.
Make a video.
It's all right, dude.
For real, man. It's getting a little over the top, man. I understand. I don't like the fucking guy either. You know, he's a honky tonk. What the fuck am I going to do with that, right?
I'm sorry, Dave.
It's all right, man.
He's about to boot you.
I'm done. Dave, I'm done. I'll shut up. But you know how it is, and you went off on these rants before, and
I know. It's look. This is, and that's like what I was about to bring up. Was like when Zetetic Warrior went up after Jaren like that, and it's like, oh, here comes this little ferret-faced motherfucker out of the woodwork, where there's an opportunity, right? And I'm thinking to myself, you little fucking shit. You don't even fucking stream, and when you do, nobody even watches you and shit. You called for people to self-delete themselves. People that were actually in crisis. You called for them to self-delete themselves. You told people that live south of the equator that if their neighbors or anyone they know celebrated Christmas with no snow on the ground, that they should be killed and murdered. That's what you said to people.
That's whack.
Yeah. He's an opportunist. He comes out of the woodworks when it's convenient to get some clicks, and he's a bit creepy as well. He says some oddball stuff.
He's not a tough guy. He thinks he's a tough guy too. I'm just saying.
Oh my God, yeah. He does. You're right. You're right. He does. He thinks he's a tough guy. And I can guarantee you he's a little sawed-off fucking Italian that writes checks with his mouth that he can't cash. I can guarantee you that. I guarantee you he doesn't talk to people like that. And if somebody did respond to it the way that they should, you know he'd be the first one to call the fucking cop and cry. You know he would. You know he would. So... in any case, I don't even entertain that fucking guy. There's no reason for him to ever be here or his people here either, you know? I don't even know, does he still even have a fucking channel? Does he still do? I'm talking about Paul.
Yeah, I still think he's sucking dicks around the way. I'm way over the line tonight. I don't care, Dave. I'm sorry. You can kick me off whenever you want. I won't be mad.
Yeah, another Boyle's Law denier. Absolutely.
I wanted to hear his explanation for gas pressure like it was.
How do you they're like, how do you explain the gradient? And I said, well, it's pretty simple, man. It's, temperature, composition, and dispersal. Throw that out there as things that lower the pressure of a mixture of gas, and just, letting you know. Do you have any proof of gravity pulling on gas? No, you don't. Not a bit. And so that's where they have to go with this myth of mass attracting mass. What in the fuck are you talking about, mass attracting mass? When has anybody ever observed that? And then the first thing they'll do is point to the sky and tell you a fucking story about it. And it's like, no. Where's your demonstrable absolute? Where did you ever see any objects ever draw together for any reason other than magnetism or somebody moving them? Okay. And it all comes from the idea that they cannot understand that there's never a condition in which something is not subject to a medium. The medium is either going to displace the object, making it buoyant, or the object is going to displace the medium and drop. That's the only choices. Or it will equalize with the medium and have no reason to go anywhere because it's balanced with whatever it's displacing. That's
it's a force action on it, right?
And their brains turn to mashed potatoes when you start to explain that stuff. They can only watch the videos. They can't literally explain the theory that they're even talking about.
Well, a gallon of water, for instance, weighs approximately 8.5 pounds when you hold it in a little jug or whatever in a plastic baggie, right? Let's just say you take a real thin plastic baggie, right? The thinnest one, and it'll hold a gallon of water, right? It'll weigh 8.5 pounds. How much does it weigh when you put that baggie in the water? Doesn't weigh nothing. The fucking thing just goes wherever you put it, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because now it weighs nothing because it's not reacting to the medium because it's the same as the medium. That's simple. I don't understand why these people cannot get this idea that the actual force is due to the resistance caused by displacement. One will resist, one resists the other, or vice versa. That's the way it has to work.
Well, and I'm trying to figure out where it's going. If it's going up, where's it headed?
Well, not only that, in order to maintain the type of effect that they're saying that it's causing, this would mean that the Earth would have to be continually rising up at increasing speed all the time in order to cause that acceleration downward. Think about this: when you're in your car and you come off the entrance ramp onto the freeway, you accelerate, and everybody in the car can feel pressed back against the seat, right? But as soon as you get up to the speed limit, right, everything's fine. You can lean forward, check the radio, pass a doobie over here. Nobody's being thrown back, right? Nobody's being thrown back. Everybody, because your speed is relative with the motion of the car. Okay. So in order to achieve that being thrown back against the seats means you would have to increase your speed continuously. Sorry, that's not happening, man.
And they believe that the sun and the moon and the stars and all that are in the same container that we're in. All of a sudden, they're like, oh, they're all in the same container, and they're all moving upward at a relevant speed.
Well, interferometry has detected no motion in a vertical direction at all, not down or up. It's just right there, not moving, just right there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's lots of different meters and gauges that can determine if we're moving or not. And I don't think we're moving at all. I mean, I know we're not. I don't have to put that much thought into it.
Of course not. Well, in this thing, why do we have to be moving? What is it with these people thinking you have to be moving? I know you feel like you're standing still, but in reality, you're really moving. What the fuck is this obsession with this shit? I don't get it.
Uh-huh.
Well, I want to see gas pressure without containment. And Sean Hawkins had the best example with the piece of paper.
That was Bernoulli's principle. I had somebody say something like that, similar to that on Facebook about invoking Bernoulli's principle as proof of that. Just like our friend that came on all angry earlier and told us, well, what do you say when a high pressure system meets with a low pressure system? And I'm like, I say that they'll fucking equalize and cause a storm or weather. That's what I say. Why? What's your point?
Well, they exist.
Right? I said, yeah, and the fact that they exist is what fucking causes the weather, and that's why they don't exist after the fucking storm, dumbass. The high and the low equalize together. This is called the entropy. Jesus, guys, these people.
That's what I don't understand too, is why they just address me in the chat. Like, they're like, don't worry, you haven't put any thought into it, Rasta. You just display cog distance. Like, why don't they go talk to their Lord and Savior Jaren and bring this theory to him and other people? Like, why am I the only one who, like, they keep sending the videos to and trying to get to convince?
Who's saying I haven't watched videos? I've watched the stupid videos. I can't believe that you didn't explore it any further than watching a fucking video. Holy crap. Conduct those tests yourself, right? Especially do that one with the water bottle on the cart. I want to see you do that one and maintain that fucking water bubble at that position without increasing your acceleration. Go ahead. I want to see that. Because if you watch,
I just don't understand what me wasting my time even watching the videos is going to change in my stance on it. Like, why would I? I've got so many other things I'd rather do. Like, honestly, I'm enjoying watching reruns of The Walking Dead when I have free time, just because like there's not that much good truth content on these days. Like,
except for me.
Yeah, exactly. I'll watch your show and a few others, but other than that, like the rest of it, it's kind of gone downhill recently, and I don't have time for it. I'd rather watch The Walking Dead again. That's
Angela, relax, honey. If you believe that stuff, that's fine. Okay. I don't. Okay. And I doubt that I ever will, based on the preponderance of evidence available to me. Just don't believe something or not believe it because of what I say. I mean, really look into it yourself beyond the little tricks that they throw up in these little videos and shit. Understand what net forces is. Figure out what zero net force is. You can find out. You have Google, and a lot of people, I call them Google bots. They go Google, and they Google every fucking thing. So, it's easy to do. You can find these things out. Is Google actually a reliable thing? Well, I can't say Google itself, but the results that are given to me. Like I had Wikipedia saying that air pressure was due to the weight of the air, and that's completely, patently, provably wrong, because the 14.7 pounds per square inch is not a weight ratio. It is pounds per square inch of surface area of the displacing object. And the only way that the medium can exert a pressure upon the displacing object is if it is restricted from movement. If it's not restricted from movement, no pressure will be felt because displacement is not restricted. It's real fucking simple.
And see, here she says that I messaged her personally to argue about something I know nothing of, when it's like she's the one who keeps sending me the videos of the thing. And then I tell her that I will watch them if she'll come on the show, Late Night Live or whatever, and we'll break them down. Or if Earthship Bear or any of them will come on. And I'm like, but me personally, I don't care to look into it. I would rather have you on, Sov, to explain it, because you know what you're talking about in that department.
Well, I'm just wondering why it's so fucking important for her that you watch this video at all. Why is it important that anybody even entertain this ludicrous fucking theory?
What video is she talking about?
Like,
what video is she talking about?
That's why I feel it's like that movie like that horror movie where they watch the video and then they die after a few days after watching it. It's like, that's what it reminds me of. Like, you watch that video and something's going to happen to you. So that's why I'm like, I'm not watching these videos. I'm sorry.
I'm saying it's Angela, if you want to put the link to the video in the chat so that Luke or whoever else wants to go and look at the video, they can go and look at it. I've looked at the video. Okay. That's where I'm at with that one. It's like it's really, I don't know. People out there, they get into this idea, and I'm worried that Angela might be falling into it, that consensus dictates truth. In other words, if you get enough people to agree on some shit, that it becomes real or true, and that's really a piss poor way to go about looking at anything whatsoever. I mean, it was going against the popular belief that got us here in the first fucking place, right?
True.
Okay, yeah.
And that's why I was even trying to ask them about a consensus, if they could even name 5 other people that believe in this theory. Like I legitimately want to know if there's 5 other people that actually believe in this.
Oh, there is, dude. I run into them on chat on Banner's channel, and
Well,
they
you can
always
tell
have.
they're angry. If you don't join up with them, they get angry at you. If you disagree with their consensus, they get angry with you. I've seen that time and time again. Well, I was over on Not Chiquitas, and his fucking mods timed me out or booted me or whatever the fuck, merely because they were asking me, well, what do you say is responsible for it? And I put my answer in there. I wasn't negative toward anybody or anything. And next thing I know, I'm timed out or whatever. I can't even chat anymore. And I'm like, oh, okay. Fuck you, Not Chiquita. You can suck a fart out of my ass. I'm unsubscribing from you. You got people with the name asshole as your mods. Get the fuck out of here.
How is it cognitive dissonance and ego? Why I won't watch these videos? It has nothing to do with either one of those things. I'm pretty, I'm open to learning things that where it makes sense to me, and where I'm like, okay, yeah, this sounds logical. I'm gonna look into it, but this sounds like just out of this world insane. So I'm like, why would I waste my time with it?
What if it's moving sideways, but you just think it's up? You see, it makes as much fucking sense.
Yeah, exactly. We're doing the sideways shuffle, or we're flushing down the toilet right now. Like,
Right.
what's the difference?
You know how hard it is to get Dell to come on Flats' show, dude. It's like pulling teeth. He doesn't want to get on there because we pull his demonstrations apart every time he does. So I don't know why Angela's listening to it.
Well,
she could.
Each person's got their own fucking thing, whatever is the way I look at it. It's like whatever. There's all sorts of people believe all kinds of shit. I'm going to look at what I can actually tangibly prove, what I can put my hands on, what conforms with actual physics and actual scientific testing. Observations followed by testing. It's one thing to look at something and then make up a story about it. Now you got to put your story to the test and see if it matches what you think is occurring. And a lot of times the people don't ever get past that fucking step at all. This is why we got people believing that gravity pulls down on air and makes a gradient. You never once take into account Dalton's law, Boyle's law. They don't take into account any of the fucking gas laws all working in conjunction with one another. They don't seem to know that temperature will vastly affect a fucking contained gas pressure. Absolutely. Anybody that's had a cold snap happen and they go out the next day to get in their vehicle, they might find that their low tire pressure warning light comes on. I've had that happen a number of times. Okay. What happened? Did somebody come and remove the same amount of air out of each one of my fucking tires? No, that's not what happened. The cold caused the gas to constrict, which caused it to less pressure against the container walls. So the PSI reading, which is obviously not a weight, right? Because the amount of gas in the tire was never increased or decreased. It was the same volume of gas that was in there. All it changed was the temperature. So as soon as it got warm out, guess what happened? My tires were miraculously inflated back to their original pressure. Ain't that a fucking hoot? How about that? The same guy that took the air out of my tires came back and put it back in for me. He just borrowed it for a little while, I guess.
That was probably God. So
this is the kind of shit that they don't even bother. They don't even want to address. And it's like, look, let's just go ahead and say your Cavendish experiment is real. Okay. Let's just go ahead and say there is a such thing as gravity, right? All right. Now, can you demonstrate it having an effect on a gas? Nope. Kevin, I'm getting ready to sign off, buddy. I'm going to be going off here in just a minute. And that's where I'm at with this. It's almost, it's over 4 hours we've been going here tonight. That's enough. Good Sunday night stream. I want to thank everybody for coming up. most everybody except for that guy that come up here getting all pissed off and shit because he couldn't reconcile the differences between the North and the South when it came to with nautical navigation. That was fun. That was fun. So
I think I missed that one.
Oh yeah, that's earlier on in the show. He came on up. I forgot. It was his name was Doc something. Doc something. I don't know what the fuck. I think he meant to type dick, but hit the O instead of the I, and right next to each other. So anyway, I want to thank everybody for coming up. Roger, Roster Bear, Luke, everybody. Brian Staley, who has left the studio already. I'm not telling anybody not to look into it. I just said, go, that's your thing. If you want to look into it, I don't worry about it. I don't bother with it. I've already looked at it, found it to be lacking, and therefore don't subscribe to it. But anybody that wants to look into it, feel free to do it.
I will tell anybody not to look into it because I'm scared if you watch the video at this point, you're going to become a cult member. Like I get those weird juju vibes from it. So like, yeah, I highly recommend. I'm not a doctor, but I am a truther, and as a truther, I highly advise not to look into the theory because it's a waste of your time. And if you haven't seen The Walking Dead, you'd get a lot more time invested watching that because that's what society's like right now, anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Walking Dead,
mm-hmm.
And even the truth community, it's turned into zombie apocalypse in here. So,
all right. Well, all right, guys. Well, thanks for coming on tonight. We're going to shut it down.
Can you unblock me in your chat? I think you blocked me from a long time ago.
All right. I'll look on here as soon as I get done. I'll be able to do it. I got studio open anyways. I thought. Oh yeah, it's over here. I switched my screen. So just remember, guys, all we ever need is fish sticks, rubbers, and a getaway car. Don't forget, Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey, and see your doctor and get rid of him because he'll probably fucking kill you. Good night, everybody. Have a pleasant tomorrow. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind.